Hey there and welcome back to another tutorial on React Native. So today in this particular course we are going to develop the React Native home service application completely from the scratch. And this application or this course is completely beginner friendly. So even though if you don't know how to build a React Native application, don't worry because in this course I'm going to cover and teach you everything from the basic. So guys, let's walk through the application first. So once you open this application, you will see this beautiful login page where you have option to log in with the Google. Okay, so let's say just get started, and it will redirect you to select the any Gmail account. Okay, so once you select it and after login, it will redirect you to the home screen. And if you see how beautiful this home screen is, okay, on the top right side corner, you will see users login profile image along with this beautiful username. Okay, then we have this beautiful search bar, and after that we have this slider. Okay, and if you see this slider is completely horizontal moving. Okay, completely free to move. Okay, so that one also we will learn how to add that horizontal scroll with the help of React Native flat list. Then we have this beautiful category. Okay, and everything, the slider including the category, the business list, we are going to fetch it from the server, and for that one we are going to use a GraphQL HyGraph. Okay, in soon I will explain you in HyGraph as well. So after that, once we have this beautiful category, you can explore the category. Okay, and after that you have this latest business showing it on this bottom side of this application. Now let's go to this cleaning category, and if you see all this business listing. Okay, so we have these beautiful images, beautiful modern design and everything. Okay, let's open one of this particular business list, and once you click on it, see, you will see this beautiful business details screen with this beautiful UI. Okay, even though if you see we have this photo section and how beautifully it designed. Okay, so everything we're gonna learn from the basic. So if you remember, okay, if you observe, we jump from one screen to another screen. Also on the bottom hand side corner we have this beautiful tab section. Okay, and on this tab you can just switch it. Okay, so beautifully see. Okay, then once you open any of this business list, you have option to book now, and if you see we added this beautiful calendar. Okay, so obviously I will tell you how to add this calendar section and everything. Then we have this time slot. Okay, so you can select the time slot whatever you want, add the sample note. Okay, for example I add the sample note here like this and say confirm book. And if you see we got this beautiful toast message showing booking created successfully, and once we create the booking it will store in our database. Okay, now if I go to this booking tab here, if I refresh it, you will see this new booking and it just created now. See, 18 Jan. Okay, so it just now created. Obviously some of the data is dummy. Okay, because I added some dummy data, but just ignore that one. Now we have the option. If you see, if it's booked, you will see this different tag for cancel, it different color combination, everything. Okay, so inside the booking section you will see all your bookings. Okay, old one and new one and everything. Also in the profile section you have this beautiful user image, the profile details along with this menu and all. So guys, all of this application we are going to build in this particular course. Okay, so if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe because there are a lot of things that I want to teach you guys. Also, one of the last thing I want to show you is the Hygraph. Okay, if you never used this Hygraph before, this is one of the best Hygraph or best CMS available in the market. It's completely free, and I'm gonna teach you how to use GraphQL in this particular course. For that one, we are going to use Hygraph with the help of GraphQL. How easily and seamlessly we are going to connect our application to this Hygraph. Okay, so without doing any further delay, let's begin. So in order to create a React Native project, as I say, we are going to use Expo dev tool in order to create our application. Okay, so Expo is very convenient build tool and very easy to create the any React Native application and very easy to deploy it as well. Okay, and it has a very rich documentation. Throughout the part of application we are going to use documentation. We will refer it and we will learn how to use documentation and how to use that particular feature in our application. So in order to create, just go to this React docs. Here you will find the command to create the React native Expo application. If you scroll down, you will see all the features and a lot of options you can explore through this particular docs. So first, just copy this command and then go back to your folder where you want to create a project and open terminal at that particular project. Okay, then just paste the command which you copied, and here obviously I will change the name of the application and I will say home service app. Okay, and click enter. Then it will install all the required dependency, the packages which is required for our application. And if you see, our project is created. Okay, now obviously close this window and open the VS Code. So let me open the new VS Code and open the folder at that particular location. So in this case it's project, React Native and the home service, and open it. Okay, say yes to trust this particular project, and if you see on the left hand side, our project is open and you see multiple different files and folder. And if you are new and you don't know, don't worry, I'm going to explain everything in detail. Okay, so first the folder is showing its assets, okay, which contains all the images, file, the splash screen, icon, or if you want to add images and fonts, you can add it inside this assets folder. Okay, node module is consist of all the dependency which is installed for this particular application. Obviously we are not going to touch any time to this one. Okay, then we have app.js, okay, which is our starting point of our application. Okay, and on the right hand side, if you see, this is the default code which is available in app.js. Okay, so here some of the import statement is added. Then inside the return, whatever you want to show it on the screen is returning inside this particular return statement. Okay, and this is the view. It's kind of a div tag inside the HTML or CSS. Okay, and the text, whatever text you want to print on the screen, you have to write inside this text tag. Okay, and if you see this, all the style sheet, text, view tag is importing from this React Native. Okay, then we have this beautiful style sheet. Okay, so this is called external style sheet because this is defined externally, okay, outside of this particular function, and then use inside this particular view. Okay, so obviously I will teach you how to use internal styling and external styling and what are they. Okay, then we have app.json, which consists of the configuration file related to your application, like name of the application, the version, what is the orientation of your app. Okay, then icon, splash screen, also the package name you need to provide for the Android, iOS. Okay, and the web, obviously we will learn it in this particular course, and how to update the app.json depends on our requirement. Then babel.config.js, mostly we will not touch to this one. Okay, and then at the last we have package.json, which contains all the dependency and everything. Okay, obviously it consists script, the dependency which is installed, the dev dependency, and etc. So now the point is how to run the application. So go to the terminal and click new terminal. Okay, inside here, if you see, you need to type here npm expo start. Okay, obviously there are different command. Okay, so it's the npm run start. Okay, and if you see, it's run the application. Now there are different methods that you can test or run this application. The first is very simple, with your actual devices, right? Open the camera app and just scan this QR code. Okay, it will navigate you first to this Expo Go application. Okay, and if you don't know about the Expo Go, so Expo Go is a Expo application. Okay, and you can download it for the App Store and the Google Play as well. Okay, so you can directly run your application through this device. Okay, your actual device. Only condition is you need to be in the same network. Okay, whatever mostly in Wi-Fi, or most of the time you are in same network, but make sure you're in same network and then you can run the application in your actual device. Okay, so just need to install the Expo Go application and then you can run it. Then in order to run it on the emulator, right, you can run on emulator as well. So for that one, let me show you how to set up the emulator first. Okay, so let's go to this Android Studio. If you have Android Studio, just open it. If you don't have Android Studio, just go to this Android Studio and install this Android Studio SDK. Okay, obviously you can install complete Android Studio. That will be a very beneficial. Okay, so go on this site and you can install it. Then here, if I see this three dot right here, you have to go to this SDK manager. Okay, go to the SDK manager, and is SDK platform, one of the API need to be installed. Okay, make sure it's installed. Then is SDK tool, make sure to install this Android SDK build tool, then Android emulator, and then Android SDK platform tool. Okay, so these three uh, points need to be installed, and then update tools, most of the things are installed here, so just ignore that one. Okay, once you install this one, again go back here and just click on virtual device manager. Okay, so this is the actual device where you can create a device for, depends on your configuration. So click on this create device, and here you can select the what type of device you want, whether it's a phone, tablet, desktop, TV. Then select the operating system, or sorry, select the phone type. Right now I select the phone. Select the phone type. Okay, and if you see, this has a Play Store included, so select the one which has a Play Store, because some of the feature needs the Play Store Play services. Okay, click next and select the operating system OS you want, and click next, and it will create a device for you. Okay, so once the virtual device is created, you will see that inside this particular device manager window. Okay, and just click on this play button. Okay, once you click on this play button, it will take few seconds to launch your emulator. Okay, and if you see, my emulator is getting launched, and boom. Okay, so right now, obviously, if you don't have the Expo Go application in a virtual device, so make sure to install it, or it will automatically install. I will close this one. Okay, it will automatically install as soon as you run your application inside the device. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now, let me move this. Okay, little bit on the right, so it will be visible. Okay, so here, if you see, in order to run this on an emulator, you have to press A button to open in Android, I button on iOS simulator, like that. Okay, so right now we'll place A button. Okay, and now if you see, automatically it is getting built inside our emulator as well. Okay, so obviously first time when you are launching the app, it will take couple of seconds to launch it on the emulator. Okay, and if you see, it's running. Okay, now obviously you can reload the application. Okay, you can go to home directly, so shortcut are there. Okay, and right now it's showing that open up app.js to start working on the app. Okay, so as I said earlier, right, in app.js, this is the default starting point of our application, and right now it's showing just this particular text. Let's replace this tag, and let's say subscribe to Guruji, and save it. And if you see, as soon as I save inside the VS Code, it immediately change this or update it in the emulator as well. Okay, guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe, because there are a lot of different app courses is coming on this particular channel, so please do subscribe. So I hope you understand this one, how to create the application, how to run it on the emulator and actual device. Okay, and before I am going to end of this section, I'm gonna tell you two things. Okay, first, let's go to this VS Code extension, and here we have one extension called ES7 React Redux. Okay, make sure to install this particular extension. Okay, right now I already installed. I'm gonna tell you why we need this extension in the next section, but make sure you have this extension installed. Okay, and obviously if you are facing any issue running on emulator, obviously you can use the Expo Go application to run on actual device. Okay, so you don't need a emulator, because many of the uh, laptops, right, it need a good RAM to run the Android Studio. Okay, and if you don't have, don't worry, you can run in actual device. So see you in the next section. So in this section we are going to build a login screen, okay, and the authentication as well. So first let's create a new folder, okay, inside the root directory, and here I will click on this root folder plus folder icon, and I will give name as a app, okay, or just say app. Inside this app folder I am gonna create another folder and we'll call screens, okay. So all the screens which is obviously we are showing on the UI, we'll put it inside the screen folder, and inside the screen folder I will create a different folder called, for example, login screen, okay. Then again I will create a new folder called home screen, okay, and inside the again screen folder we can call it as a maybe profile screen, okay. And obviously we'll create much more, depends on our requirement, okay. I will just rename this to screen. Now inside the login screen, let's create a new file, okay, and we can call it as a login dot jsx, okay. So jsx is stand for javascript xml, okay. Now here you need to add the template, and if you see this is the similar template we need to add it in order to start with this particular login screen, okay. But every time you need to type and write the function name, then return and everything, right? But as I said before, right, you need to install this VS Code extension, and here now it will show you magic. Now you are working on React Native you need a React Native function, obviously. Just type RNF, the short form for the React Native function, click enter, and boom, you are getting a default um, or you are getting these particular templates written by automatically, okay. You don't need to write everything from the scratch, okay. So this is the magic of that particular VS Code extension. Now save this one. Obviously you have this login, beautiful login screen with the text written on login, everything, okay. Now go to this app.js, and here you need to show the login screen. So instead of this text, what I will do, I will import that particular component, a particular screen. So just say login, okay. And if you see, this login is importing from this app screens login screen, okay. And if I save it, it will show, it's showing the login on the screen, okay, because right now just showing the login, okay. If I change this to login screen and save it, see, okay. Now right now if you see, this text is showing in the middle, okay, because we applied the styling and it's saying align item and justify content center. Just remove this one, save it. So right now if you see, it's showing at the top, okay. Here you can give more maybe padding from the top to 20 and save it, and if you see, now it's quite good and visible on the screen. Perfect. Now let's go to the login screen, and here we need to add, or we need to design this login screen for us, okay. I already added one assets. Inside the assets folder I created a new folder called images, and inside that I added this login.png image, okay. This is simple image. Obviously I'm going to change it later on, but for now, to get started, to show some images on the login screen, I am using that particular image, okay. So here first thing, let's add the image. So here I will say image, and if you see this image tag, we need to import from this React Native, okay. So make sure it is importing from the React Native, okay. End the tag, and here you need to provide the source. Now we are using the image from the local, which is inside our project, okay. So in order to use directly from the project, you need to write require and the path, okay. So in this case you have to locate that path, so it's in assets, images, and then login.png, okay. Simple. Close this one. Then we need to give width and height, okay. Now as I say, we can use internal styling or external styling, okay. Let's define external styling first. So below this function, just write RNSS, which is stand for React Native style sheet, okay. Oh, sorry. So if you see this RNS and click enter, so it will give this template for styling, and here you can write login image like this, okay. And inside the login image you can give width, height. So in this case, let's give width, oops, width of maybe a 230, okay. Now if you see, if you know little bit of HTML CSS, or okay, It's similar kind of styling is applied here. Some of the just quick thing means you don't need to add a pixel, or you don't need to write this value inside the code. Okay, also make sure to import this style sheet from the React Native. Okay, then add the height. So I will add the height of 450 and save it. Okay, now if you see, its image is showing on the screen, but we did not apply the style yet. Okay, so in order to apply, just add style, and here you need to add the styles dot, and if you see, this class name is coming as a login image. See this one. Okay, and if I save it, see now this styling is applied to that particular login image. Okay, this is called external styling. If you want to give internal styling, so here you need to write style, and inside the double curly braces you just define the CSS class. For example, align items. Okay, and we want in center, so I just write center like this, and if you see the magic. Okay, now let's give some more styling to this login image. For example, I want margin top to 17, then I will add the border width of 4, border color I want to add. So here obviously you can add the color code. Okay, but the easiest way to access the color code is to define, and if you see right now it's showing like this, to define in a color.js file. Okay, so what I am going to do, inside the app folder I will create a new folder, and we will call it as utils, and inside this utils I will create a new folder, or sorry, new file called colors.js. Okay, and write export default. Okay, so when I define the export default, it means whatever inside these colors will available throughout the application when you export it. Okay, now here you can define the color code. For example, for black is just simple as 00. Okay, and now in order to use it in your code, you can just access it with the colors. See, this colors is importing from the utils colors dot, and if you see a option called black, that's all, and save it. Okay, then we have border radius. So border radius will give border radius of 15. Okay, perfect, like this. So obviously it's not look good, but obviously we want to add more content here. So here again I'm gonna add view. Okay, like this. Now for this view, let's add the, we'll say, a sub container, and here we're gonna add some styling. So let's add width of 100%, then add the background color. Okay, so here I'm gonna add a primary color of our application. Okay, so I will write primary. Okay, and inside that I will write the code for the primary color. So primary color is nothing but throughout the color for our application. So hash will say 8e3fff, and let's add that colors dot primary. Okay, and save it. Then we're gonna add some more property. For example, let's add the height as well. So I had height of 70%, then margin top, let's give margin top afterwards. Let's save this one and let's see how it looks. Okay, obviously we need to apply that to the style. So styles dot sub container, and save it. See, this is how it looks. Okay, so let's add margin top -20. Okay, and if you want to add the border, border radius only to the top section, you can just write border top left radius. Okay, or you can just write like this, and you can mention the radius, how much radius you want. So let's say 330, and if you see, it's showing here. Okay, same thing you're gonna add for the right. So border top right, and say 30. Okay, and see how beautifully it's showing on the screen. Okay, now next, once we have the view, we added the styling to that one, let's add some text to it. Okay, so text, inside that let's write, let's find professional cleaning and repair services. Okay, or service. Now I want, and if I save this one, it's showing like this. Okay, so obviously for this sub container we'll also give some padding, see, like this. Okay, now for this text let's add some style. So style, now I'm going to add inline styling here. Okay, I want to show how to use inline styling as well. So let's say font size of 27. Let's add a color of colors dot white, because we don't have white. Let's add that white immediately here. Okay, so white is for fff, and let's say white, see. Okay, then I need to uh, bold this particular text, professional cleaning and repair. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna wrap this particular text inside the text. I will just cut here and paste it inside this text. Okay, and now only for this text I'm gonna add font weight and we'll say bold. See, only that text is bold now. Okay, make sure to give some space. Perfect. And to this main text, let's add text align to be in the center. Perfect. Okay, now I'm gonna add another text. Okay, and it will just say best app to find services near you which deliver you a professional service. Okay, and save it. It's just simple text. Let's add some styling to this one. So let's add a font size of 18. Color I'm gonna add, for now I will add colors dot white. I'm gonna change it later on. Then make text align in the center, and let's say margin top to 20. See, like this. Oh, font size will change to maybe 70, like this. Okay, and at the last I'm gonna add button. So here, in order to add button, I'm gonna use view, and inside that I will add text, and just say let's get started. Okay, now if you see, it's just a text, right? So let's give some style to this one. So I will write button style. So here I will say button, and let's apply that style to here, styles dot button. Okay, and now let's apply styling, or write uh CSS style for this one. So let's say padding of 15. The background color here I will use colors dot white. Then border radius will say 99, because I want a rounded border. And if I save it right now, this is how it looks. Okay, and then let's say margin top to 18. Okay, well, maybe 40. Perfect. Okay, now for this text, let's add style, and we'll say text align to be in the center. Also font size I will change it to 17, like this. Okay, and obviously color I'm gonna change this to colors dot primary color. Okay, and if you want to see, this is how it looks. Okay, now obviously if I try to press it, right, it's not pressable. See, nothing is happening because this is just a view. Okay, so in order to add the touchable effect, and also right now it don't have any method called on press event. Okay, because on the click we need to fire an event. Okay, so for that one, change this to touchable opacity. Okay, and you can learn more it from the export documentation. So touchable opacity, if I save this one and if I try to click it, see, you're getting this beautiful effect. Okay, it will give you property of on press event. See, on press. Okay, and now here you can just write, for example, let's console it. Okay, button click. Let me put it down, save this one, and make sure to observe the console. If I click on let's get started, see, the button is printing on the screen. Okay, perfect. So I hope this you understand how beautifully we design the UI for the login screen. Okay, which is simple, and I hope you learn about how to use internal and external styling. Okay, if you have more styling, right, you can better define externally, and if you have quick one, for example, let's give some styling to this particular text. It's quite quick, just give it as an internal. Okay, so now we have this screen ready, right? It's time to add the authentication. Now, in order to add the authentication, we are going to use Clerk. Okay, so Clerk is one of the best uh, authentication service provider. Okay, and it's a completely free and very easy to install. Okay, so let's if you don't have account, let's create a new account, and if you have already an account, just log in it and go to this dashboard. Okay, here I already have a lot of applications existing here. Okay, and if you want to learn more about my other courses, okay, just go to this tubeguruji.com, and here you will find all the courses. Okay, even you can track of all your courses here. Okay, you can enroll it, and then you can keep a track of the courses here. Okay, just find it here, and there are a lot of features which use this Clerk, okay, for the authentication. So let's create a new application, and here give the application name. So in this case I will say home service app. Okay, you can create enable the authentication which you want. We can keep right now Google, and just create application. So once you create the application, if you see, we have this API key here. Okay, just copy this API key. Obviously we will need it later on, but right now if you click on Expo, because we are using Expo, we need this particular API key. Okay, now on the Google, just search Expo Clerk. Okay, and here you will give this particular link called use Clerk with Expo, which is the official document to use Clerk with the Expo. Okay, which is on the clerk.com again. And here if you see, this is some of the steps we need to follow in order to install the Clerk inside our Expo. So just first thing, just copy this Clerk Expo command, go to a VS Code, add a new terminal here, and paste the particular command. Then obviously we need to add publisher key. We can skip that one because we will add it in a moment. Here you need to wrap the Clerk provider inside the app.tsx file. Obviously we are using JSX, but just the thing. Okay, so just open and go here inside the app.js. Let me bring this on the right hand side. So I will wrap this Clerk provider here. Oops, like this. Okay, and here make sure to import that Clerk provider from the Clerk. Here you need to provide the publisher key. Okay, and inside this code, as I told you before, sorry, let me close this windows. We have this key, right? Just copy this key and paste it here. Okay, obviously you can paste it in your .env file, but for now I'm gonna paste it here. Then let's go back to our documentation. And if you scroll down right here, if you're saying the protecting your page, okay, so it's very simple. It's, if you see, it's saying the Clerk offer a controller component that allow you to protect your pages. In the example below, sign in and sign out control the component which are used. So here what you need to do, you need to wrap or just copy this sign in and sign out component. Okay, go back to our application, and over here I will paste it here simply like this. So what is do, once you sign into the application, okay, it will show what are the component which you pasted in between this particular sign in tag. Okay, otherwise if it sign out means user is not login, then you can show this login screen. So what I'm going to do, I will just put this login screen inside this sign out, and also make sure to import this sign in and sign on component in from this Clerk Expo. See, okay, so here I will write sign in component. Okay, oops, it needs to be comment, and here this is a sign out. Okay, so once user sign out means user is not logging, it will show login screen, and once user sign in, it will show this sign in screen. Now save everything and let's open a terminal and make sure nothing get changed. Okay, next, once you add that one, Let me open this one. Now we need to add a social authentication and not a custom email password thing, right? So for that one, you have to go the option called auth login. Okay, so inside the auth login, the save which in 7 number step, you need to add this warm-up browser, okay, .tsx file. So just copy this path, okay, and inside the folder, inside the app folder, I will create a new file and just paste it. Obviously, if you see its path called hooks, and inside this folder we have this particular file. Make it j6. It will automatically create the folder. Okay, now copy this content and paste it here and save it. Now you might get error because right now we are not using it, but if you see, it's importing this Expo web browser, okay, and we don't have Expo web browser installed in our application. So just install this Expo web browser. So I will paste it here, and if you see from this Expo web browser, from the Expo documentation, we need to install it. So just copy this command and inside the terminal paste this command. Okay, so guys, one more important thing, this Expo and clerk integration video tutorial you will not find anywhere except my channel. So make sure you will learn it and you will get to know, and if you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Okay, next, if I scroll down, inside this, obviously we created a login screen, so obviously we don't have this sign in auth, but we have login, that is just a file name. Okay, so let's open the login.jsx file. Here, first thing you need to do, add this web browser. Okay, so copy this one, and over here I will add that one, and make sure to import this web browser. Okay, so I will just import this statement. Then we obviously have login function. Inside that you need to use warm-up browser. Okay, and now this use warm-up browser is importing from this hook, which slash warm-up browser, which we just created. Okay, then we have to create this on press method. So I will copy all of this code, paste it here. Okay, and obviously there are some statements, so just copy this use auth, which we need to import. Okay, so for example, let me show you. Okay, we I think already installed. Let's paste it here, use auth, and we forgot to copy this command, which is very important about this one. Okay, so what is do right now, obviously we are using auth Google, so I'm using this Google authentication, so just say auth Google. If you want to use Facebook, just write Facebook like this. Okay, if you want to do multiple, mention in an array. Okay, so right now I'm using only one Google authentication, so I'm displaying like this. Okay, and save everything. And the last is obviously on the press of button click, we need to open this authentication. So we have this button, and right now we just console this button click here. Okay, here just need to write on press. Okay, because this is the method on press event. Okay, and everything's look good. Control save everything. Okay, make sure you are not getting any error on the console, and also here make sure it's on press directly. Okay, and save it. Now let's click on let's get started, and it will take a few seconds because I'm running on emulator. Okay, and if you see, now you have option to select your account. Oh sorry, so it's Chrome issue. And if you see, you have option, you will get the option to select the account. Now select the account which you want to log in with this, and if you see, now it's redirect to automatically to the sign in page. Okay, or obviously sign in page. Okay, so if you go to this app.js, once you just sign in, right now whatever the component I'm showing inside this sign in component is showing on this showing this text called you are signing. Okay, I don't know why this Expo Go is not stable. Okay, and now if you see, it's showing you are signing. Okay, so this is how you can able to add the clerk authentication. Now one more important thing I want to show. Okay, so if I just go reload this application again, okay, it's still again showing me a sign in page. Okay, because once you sign in, right, our application is not capable of storing the cache. Okay, so for that one, if I go to this clerk documentation and scroll down, here you have option to add a token cache. Okay, which is very useful. Okay, So first thing you need to do, you need to install this Expo Secure Store. Okay, obviously this is from the Expo, and this will store us what we'll call the cache, token cache. Okay, securely. So once you install it, just scroll down to this documentation, and here you need to import this two method called token cache, and inside that we have get token and save token. Okay, so copy this complete method, and inside the app.js paste it here like this. Okay, obviously we are not using TypeScript, so I will remove this type and save it. Okay, and then inside the clerk provider you need to provide the token cache. So here add the token cache and save it. Okay, and if I open the emulator, let's log in it again. Okay, select the account, and if you see, now it's redirect to this sign in. Okay, now just reload this page. So reload it, and if you see, it's automatically redirected to the sign in, oh sorry, this particular page, because we already sign in. Okay, so here, so that's all for this particular section, and I hope you understand how to add the authentication inside our application with the help of clerk. Okay, and now if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, and if you have anything you want to discuss, you can DM me on my Instagram channel. So in this section we are going to add the tab navigation, and in order to add the tab navigation we are going to use a React navigation library. Okay, so just search on the Google the React navigation, and you will find this reactnavigation.org website. Okay, here just click on read docs, and it will walk through the step by step in order to install and integrate the React navigation. The React navigation is quite simpler to integrate and very easy to use. Okay, so once you go into the documentation, just install this dependency. So go back to a project, inside the terminal paste that particular command, and then as we are using the Expo manage project, we have to install this dependency as well. Okay, so install this one as well. Then if you scroll, okay, that's the one we need to install. Okay, now we need a tab navigation. If you see on the left hand side, we have option called navigator, and inside the navigator this library is providing a different type of navigation called stack, native stack, drawer, bottom tab, material bottom tab, and material top tab. Okay, so obviously we are going to use bottom tabs, and this is how it look like, right? See, so these are this kind of tab navigation we are gonna add in our application. So in order to integrate tab, also we need to install this bottom tab library. Okay, obviously which is from the React navigation only, and just install this one. Okay, and this is the simple example to get started. Okay, so first thing, let's go back to our application, and over here inside the app folder, okay, we're gonna create a new folder. Okay, so let me close this, all of this, and inside the app we'll create a new folder called navigations. Okay, so all the navigation related files we will keep inside this navigation folder. Inside that I will create a new file, and we can call it as tab navigation.jsx. Okay, and add the default template like this and save it. Now obviously first thing we need to do is to initialize this tab using this create tab navigator. Okay, so just copy this command and paste it here. Okay, and make sure to import this React tab bottom tab navigator. So this is the import command we need to add like this. Okay, now just remove this one, and instead of that we'll add tab dot navigator. Okay, and this is the wrapper we need to add, and inside that you need to define what are the tabs or screen you need to add. So you can just write tab dot screen. Okay, like this. So there are two important parameter we need to provide. One is the route name. Okay, and which is also considered as a tab name as well. Okay, so here we need to give name like home. Okay, and the component which you need to attach to that particular tab. So in this case we need to attach home screen, right? So right now we don't have any home screen, so inside the home screen folder, let's create a new file called homescreen.jsx, add the default template. Same thing we'll do for profile as well, so add profile screen.jsx, add the default template. Oops, sorry, it's a React Native function. Save it. Then we need it one for the booking. Okay, so I will create a new folder first, booking screen, and inside that we'll write booking screen.jsx and add the default template like this. Okay, so we have the three screen, which is our three types, and now just attach that particular template to this particular component. Okay, so in this case, if you see, we have this home screen, so just attach this home screen here. Okay, and if you see, this home screen is importing from this screen slash home screen folder. Okay, same thing, just copy this one and let's add a home screen. Another one we need to add is we can call it as a booking, and another is profile. Okay, this is the tab name as well as the route name as well. Obviously we will I will teach you and we will get to know once we started or moving forward in this particular course. Okay, now we have this tab screen. Okay, and our navigation is ready. Now if you go to this app.js here, once the user is signed in, we have to make sure we will show these tabs. Okay, so first thing you need to do, we have to add a navigator container. Okay, navigation, so it's or maybe navigation container. So it's not giving me the auto complete. So if you go to this example, right, navigation example inside hello react navigation, here you will find this navigation container. Okay, so let's paste this over here and close the tag and make sure to import it. Okay, so this import is from this navigation container. Okay, like this, paste it here. Okay, now inside this navigation container you have to provide which navigation do you want to use. So in this case we want to show the tab navigation and then save it. Now let's open our emulator, and if you see, as soon as we save this one, we are showing this tab, and if I click on booking profile, see, it's changing, right? So right now if you see, the screen is still same because I think we forgot to attach the component. Okay, so here we need to attach the booking. I don't know why it's not showing booking component. Okay, let's try to attach profile screen. Okay, let me attach this manually because sometimes you'll not get the suggestion. Profile screen, and which is from the profile screen slash profile screen, and same thing is for booking screen slash booking screen. I will just paste it here like this and booking screen and save it. Okay, now if I click home, it's showing home. If I click profile, profile. Okay, now our tab is ready. But if you see, this tab don't have a proper icon. Also we don't want this navigation as well, this, oh sorry, the header as well. Okay, so in order to remove this header, it's very quite easy. So here time navigator has an option called screen option, and here you need to just add the property called header shown, and you have to make it false. As soon as you make false, if you see, for all the screen, that particular header is gone. Okay, now it's time to add um, the labels, and as well as we need to add the icons as well. Okay, so right now this home, right, we want the H should be a capital, the B cop should be capital in booking, right? So in order to do that, here you need to give property. For each screen you can give property which is called option, and inside this option we need to give the labels. Okay, so here you can just say tab bar label, and you need to give the labels. Okay, so for example, you need to give some property for or color to that particular label, and then inside that you can define the text. You can give the size, whatever size you want, and all the things. Okay, here you need to like this, and here you need to give label, for example home, and if I save it, see, it's changed to home. Okay, now you can give style to this one. Okay, so style, you can give whatever the color or the system color is there, you can provide that color directly. And also I will add the font size to 12, and then margin top -7 maybe, and save it. See, this is how it looks. Okay, sounds good. Then same thing, obviously we want to copy for other screen, but let's add the icon as well. So if you see, right, okay, that's fine, I think it's good. Let's add the icon, so tab bar icon. Oh, sorry, after this only tab bar icon we have option, and for that one it has a true property called color comma size. Okay, and then you have to add the icon which you want. Okay, so in order to use icon, we're gonna use this particular website called icon.expo.fyi, which is the expo icon. All the expo icon is here. Okay, you can search the icon whichever you want, and you have multiple different type of options. Okay, you can select the one which you want. For example, I'm going to select this font awesome, select it. Only thing you need to do to import this particular statement and then use that font. So copy this statement, paste it here. Okay, and then you have to copy this particular component and just paste it here like this. Okay, now obviously for this I will keep the size, which is the size of this particular default uh, system bar icon, and the color whatever the color system color is there. Okay, and if I save it, and if you see this particular icon get changed. Okay, now same thing we gonna do for all of this. So let's add this option for other screen as well. Okay, obviously we will change this name to booking, and this one for profile. Okay, and save it. Right now if you see, everything is showing home. Obviously we'll need to change this font awesome home to something else. So in this case, let's search for something else. So let's say booking, and here you can say bookmark. Maybe bookmark is good. Here you can just select this font awesome. Okay, so it will show only font awesome option. So I will select this font awesome as a bookmark, copy this one, and so this is the first. Okay, so bookmark, I will replace this home to with the bookmark, and for user I will select this one, user circle. Okay, quite simple, right? And save it, and if you see, the magic, it changes immediately. Okay, perfect. And I think everything look good. Now only thing, right, if you remember, our primary color is different than what the icon color is. So our primary color is kind of purple one. Okay, and we need to change this color of this active tab bar icon or label color. Okay, so to do that, right, you can directly mention that option called tab bar active teen color. Okay, and here you can give the color. So in this case we'll give the primary color. Oh, sorry, primary. Okay, you can give the inactive teen color as well, and if I save it, if you see, the color change immediately. See, okay, so this is the color now we are going to use throughout the application. That's the reason we also updated to this particular icon as well. Okay, so that's all for this particular section. That only thing you need to make sure that you successfully add this React navigation library, so that you can add this tab navigations. Okay, perfect. So if you have any question until this point, let me know in the comment section, and please do subscribe to my channel. Now in this section we are going to start building the home screen. Okay, So let's walk through how our home screen will look like. Okay, what are the contents which we are going to display on the UI on the home screen. Okay, so right now I'm using Excel Draw to just show it out what are the content and how we are going to display. Okay, so here first thing, once the user launch on this home screen, right, on the right hand side we are going to show user profile image. Okay, and here just we'll say welcome and user name. Okay, so these are the two contents which we are going to show it here. Okay, so it's quite simple. And on the right hand side we can show some kind of icon, for example of booking system, booking shortcut from here. Okay, then below that we are going to use show the search bar. Okay, and again we have this button, search button over here that we are going to show. Okay, and this complete section uh, we can put it in one color. Okay, so in background we will put some color over there. After that we're going to show the slider below of that one. Okay, and the slider will be look like this. Okay, obviously it will be on the right hand side, so it will not visible, but right now like this. Okay, so you can scroll horizontally. Then we have section called category. Okay, and over here we're gonna show all our category like this. Okay, so see like this. Okay, and also we have option like view all category, where user can view all the category. Okay, so once user click on this one, user can see all the category. And after that we gonna show a popular services which is on our app. Okay, so it will be on again a horizontal slider. Okay, so this is a complete home screen, we can say. Okay, so home screen, and obviously below we have the tabs over here. Okay, so this we have three tabs: home, then we have the booking, and then we have the profile. Okay, which we already built here like this. See. Okay, now let's start building uh, this particular section. Okay, the top section I'm gonna say. Okay, so let's begin that one. Now let's go to this home screen. Okay, where we are going to develop all our application. So inside the home screen, obviously, as I say, we need a top section and we can call it as a header. So what I'm going to do inside the home screen, I'm creating a new component and we can call it as a header.jsx. Okay, add the default template using RNF, which is React Native function, and save it. Now we need to add this header inside the home screen. Okay, so I will remove this text because we don't want it anymore, and add that header over here. Okay, and we can just comment it out like this. Okay, so we have the header, and if I save it now on the screen, if you see, it's showing the header. Okay, because here only text is showing as a header. Now the first thing, we need to show the user image. Whoever user log in to our application, we are taking the profile picture of that one. Okay, the question is how to get that profile pic. So we very simple hook, clerk is providing the hook called use user. So it provides some option, for example user. Okay, it has also have option called is loading is equal to use user, and if you see, this use user is importing from the clerk expo. Okay, so use that like this, and then let me remove this one and let's add the image tag like this. Okay, so inside this image tag, let me wrap this inside the view actually. Okay, and make sure this image tag you are importing from the React Native, add the source. Okay, now if you remember, previously we showed the image from the local. Okay, but in this case we need to show it from the URL. So in order to access or show the image from the URL, you have to write double curly braces. Inside that you have to write URI, and then you have to provide the URL. Okay, so in this case is user dot image URL. See this property. Okay, and obviously you need to give width and height, so let's add the style to this one, and I'm going to give the external styling, so React Native style, make sure to import this style sheet, and then here I will say user image, and inside that I will say width, maybe we can give width of 50 or 45, then I will give height of 45. Okay, and then apply the style over here. So styles dot user image, and if I save it, this is how it looks. See, but here you need to make one thing very clear. This user, obviously it's fetching the data from the server, okay, the clerk a default clerk server, okay, and it will take some time to fetch data, okay, but sometimes our component get rendered before this user is available, and that time it might throw error or might be have issue. Okay, so what you can do, you can write if user is available, then only show this view. Okay, as simple as that. Then once we add the image, we have the image, then after that I will add another view tag. Okay, and inside that we will add the username. Okay, but before that let me add some styling to this profile pic. So I want to make corner to be rounded, so I will add the border radius to be 99. Okay, like this. And for this view, okay, we're gonna add some padding, so I will say container, and here we can say padding of 20. Okay, and also add padding top, maybe I will add 40. Okay, and let's attach that over here. Style, oh sorry, we have to attach style, so style dot container, see, like this. Okay, then let's add a text, so we'll just say welcome. Okay, and another text, here we're gonna say username, so you can get the user dot full name. See, you can take a first name if you want, or full name. Okay, and save it, and if you see, we got the welcome as a text and the login username, which is a gameplay, so that's the reason it's showing gameplay. Okay, now for this main container I'm gonna add some more style. Okay, so over here I will add the background color, so add the background color from the colors dot primary. Okay, like this. And I will make the corner left side radius corner, so let's add border left bottom left radius to be 25, and the border bottom right radius as 25. And if I save it, this is how it looks. Okay, now for this text you can give some style over here as well. Okay, if it's smaller you can give the style there only. So color is a color dot white, and for this one I will add style colors dot, oh, sorry, so it need to be a colors dot white. Then I will add the maybe a font size of 20, so font size of 20, and that's look good. Okay, now here I wanna add some style, and let's define that style. So I will say profile container, I will say to it. Okay, and to that profile container we'll make a display as a flex. Then we'll say flex direction, because we want that direction to be row, and then align item to be in the center. Okay, and now attach that style to this one. So let's add styles dot profile container, and if I save it, this is how it looks. Okay, now let's give some gap, so here app gap of 10 maybe. Perfect. Okay, see how beautifully it's showing. Now on the right hand side we just want to add one booking icon. Okay, so we can get that icon, so let's go to here and let's add the icon. We can get icon from here and say bookmark. Okay, like this, and I will use maybe this one font. Awesome, yeah, this one is better. So copy this import statement. Oops, and paste it here, and then this one, and this one I'm gonna add it over here. Okay, so maybe we need to add outside of this one because we want it on the right hand side. Okay, so we will add it here and save it. If I go back, this is how it looks. Okay, obviously we need one more view container over here. Okay, so that we can add the display flex over here like this. Okay, and here we can say profile main container. Okay, and same thing I'm gonna copy almost, and let's attach that over here. So styles dot profile main container. Okay, and if you see, this is how it looks. Now let's add the white color here. Just you can say white. Okay, and we want on the right hand side here, you can say justify content, and here you can say space between. See, immediately it comes on the right hand side. Okay, you can change the size of this particular icon. Maybe you can say 27, and that's good. Now after that, okay, we need to add the search bar. Okay, so this is, we can say profile section. Oh, sorry. And then we need to add the search bar. So over here I'm going to add search bar. So let's add search bar section. Okay, and here first let's add a view. Inside this view I'm going to add the text input. So if you want to add input, okay, where user can type it, then we have one tag here which is a text input. Okay, and obviously this is importing from the React Native. Okay, and obviously if I save it, nothing will display, but here if you see, if I click on here, it's showing this keypad as well. Okay, so for the text, this text input, let's add the placeholder and we can call it as a search. Okay, and if you see, now it has a placeholder. Also let's add some styling to this one. So let's add style, and we can say styles dot, let me close this and say text input. Okay, so this text input style, we're gonna add it on our style sheet. Okay, so I'm adding the external styling because it give a better structure, and if you see, our code will look very small, and because we keep this all the style sheet differently. Okay, and that's good practice actually. Now once we add the text input, let's add some styling to this one. Okay, so we'll say padding of 7, then we can add padding horizontal, maybe 16, then add the background color from colors dot white, which need to be a white actually, yeah, this one. Then add a border radius, I will add 8, and width will add the 85% because I want butter on the right hand side. Okay, and if I save it, this is how it looks. Okay, obviously for this one I will give one style, and you can call styles dot search bar container. Okay, and add the search bar container over here, and it will give some styling. For example, let's add the margin top to 15. Okay, and then that's okay for now, but let's add the button. Okay, so let's search icon, for example search, and I will using font awesome, so I will use this font awesome only, and I will paste it here and save it. Okay, so obviously I will change this to primary color actually. So colors dot primary, and then let's add some styling to this one. So add the class name, oh sorry, style dot search button. So let's add search button style here. So it's very simple. Let's add the background color first. So background color, we'll add colors dot white, and then padding of 10, border radius of 8. Okay, and if I save it, this is how it looks. But let's make for this search bar container, I will make display as a flex so that it will be in one line. Okay, so this will be in one line, and make flex direction to be row. Okay, see, like this, and then you can give gap of 10 maybe. Perfect. Okay, and this look quite good. Also, if you want to increase the text input font size, you can add it here. Okay, so let's add a little bit font size of maybe 16. Perfect, that's good. Okay, so and let's, for this search bar container, I mean adding margin bottom, let's add 20, maybe 10 is fine. Okay, perfect. And this is nothing but our header section, okay, which is quite completed. Obviously this is just a UI thing, okay, but later on we will add the functionality to search the services from here. Also on the click of this bookmark, it will jump to this bookmark section. Also on this click of this profile icon, it will jump to this profile one. Okay, but that will add it once we move forward in this particular course. Okay, perfect. So before moving forward, let's update the application font. Okay, and here we are going to add our own custom font. Okay, so for that one, let's go to this Google Fonts, and here you will find a lot of bunch of different fonts. Whichever you want to use, you can just search it on Google, and then you will find it here. Okay, so right now for this purpose, okay, let me show you the all the fonts over here. Okay, and if you see, we have a lot of different font. Open the one which you want. So in this particular application, I'm going to use this outfit font. Okay, and just click on download family over here. Okay, so it will download the zip file, extract the zip file, and from that one you have to copy the .ttf file. Okay, and inside the assets folder, let's create a new folder called fonts, and inside the font just paste the font which you want to use. So in this case, I am using this outfit regular, medium, and bold. Okay, and make sure you are copying and pasting the .ttf file. Okay, next let's go to this expo documentation and just search for the expo font. Okay, and just you need to install this dependency, so just go ahead and paste it here. Once you install this expo font, inside the app.js, okay, you have to initialize that form so that you can use it inside your application. So first thing, let's add this font. Okay, so from the use font tag, so I will just copy this import statement. I'm going to tell you a minimum code to use it. Okay, so here add the use font because we already installed, and then you have to copy this font loaded option. Okay, so here just add it here, something like this. And if you see right now, this is default one, we want to change it to, for example, outfit. Okay, and you can locate that file. Okay, where your file is. So in this case is outfit regular. So what we are going to do, we'll just remove this one, and sorry, so slash, we have assets, in that we have fonts, and in that we can call outfit regular .ttf. Okay, make sure the spelling is correct. So ttf, see, outfit regular ttf. Okay, same thing, I will copy it and paste it here, and for this one I will say medium, and this will say, I will say bold. Okay, so let's say medium, and for this is bold. Okay, and save it. And now obviously you can write this one, if font not loaded, return null. But sometime what happen, if font not loaded, actually your app will not open. So that's the reason I will skip this particular step. Okay, next let's go back here. Okay, now we obviously initialize this one, and we are using inside the use font. Okay, save this one. Obviously it will not reflect until and unless you applied it. Okay, so in order to use this font, now let's go to the header where we have this text. Okay, for example, for this gameplay. Okay, so for the user's full name, and you have to write font family, and then you have to write the font which you want to use, because we added this font called outfit. Okay, and we just added this outfit. Let's save this one, and if you see, you got the change. See, the font get changed. Okay, same thing, let's add it for this welcome as well. Okay, and if you want to use medium, you can write medium, save it, and if you see, it's little bit bold now. Okay, perfect. So this is the way you can use your own font. Obviously I show you a bunch of different from the Google font. You can copy the one which you want and directly use it inside the application, but wherever you want to use, you have to write it here. Okay, obviously you can give, for example, for this text input, you can add the font family and you can just say outfit, for example, here, and obviously this will also get changed. See, okay, so I hope you understand how to use the your own font inside the application. As we completed this header section, now it's time to add the slider. Okay, now obviously we are going to fetch this slider from the server, okay, where we are storing all our backend. Okay, all our data. Obviously not only the slider, but we are also going to fetch these categories, these all of these popular services list and everything. Okay, but the thing is where we are going to store this, or which server we are going to use. Okay, so for this one we are going to use Hygraph. Okay, so Hygraph is one of the best CMS, okay, which is content management system platform like Strapi, Sanity. Okay, but the question is why we are using Hygraph. Okay, first thing, this is a free. Okay, it has a free tier, so it's if you are a small business, you want to learn it, it's completely best for you. Second thing, Hygraph also have, you don't need to own your own custom server. Okay, Hygraph has itself a server, so you can directly use it. Okay, you don't need to deploy your backend in some server, or don't need to pay it. Okay, so that's the reason in this particular course I'm using Hygraph. So if you don't have an account on the Hygraph, so just create an account, and this is the URL called hygraph.com. Okay, and it uses the GraphQL. Okay, so it's very easy. I'm gonna teach you everything. Okay, so let's set up the Hygraph first. So first thing, let's go to this get started, and obviously I already have a project created. Okay, and if you want to search, let's go to this tubegurji.com, and over here there are some course which uses the Hygraph. For example, this car rental application, or there are many more which uses the Hygraph. Okay, even though if you want to learn about this React Native application, okay, for e-learning application, that also use the Hygraph, and you will see how convenient it is. Okay, so you can just on tubegurji.com and learn more about it. Now let's go here and click on add project. So here we can give the project name, so we can call it as a home service app. Then you can give description if you want, and select the region which is nearby you. Okay, so in this case I'm selecting Virginia because I'm in US, but if you are from India, select this India, Mumbai, or anything which is closer for you. Okay, so it's obviously reflect on your how fast data is fetching everything. Now let's add a project and wait for a few seconds. Now if you see, our project get created. Okay, now if you see here, it has a API call of 1 million everything. Okay, which is quite good, and it also have 5k entries. Okay, which is more than sufficient. Now on the left hand side, you will see some option called schema content, where you can add your content, the assets which store the file, images, video, whatever. The API playground, okay, where you can play with the actual GraphQL API. Okay, also it has option to project setting, a lot of things. Don't worry, we will go one by one. First let's go to the schema, and here you can create a new schema. Okay, don't touch to this existing one. Now add a model, and here you can say the give the name, name of for this particular model. So in this case, obviously we want to add a slider, so we say sliders. Okay, and everything, just add slider and everything is good. Add a model, and once it added, just wait for a few seconds, and if you see, the model is get added. Now whatever the inputs fields you want, you can just add it here. Okay, so for example, I will add the single line text and here I will give the name of the slider. Okay, you can use it as a title field. You can have validation, for example, make the field required or something like this, and click add. After this, we want the image. Okay, what are the image we want to add? So for that one, we have the option which is called asset picker. Okay, and here we can say image, and obviously I will make it field as a required field, and then click add. Okay, so just wait for to add it here. If you see, we added these two fields. Okay, perfect. Now let's go to this because we are ready with this slider. Okay, and as soon as you add it, it will get saved automatically. Okay, now let's go to this content, and here you will see the one the the new created model, okay, which is slider. Now you have option over here called add entry. Okay, once you click on it, you can have you can now add the entry. For example, I will say slider 1, add the image. Okay, so you can add the image, you can upload the image, or even though you can upload from image from the web search. Let's search from something like offer slider. Okay, or you can upload your own. Okay, so just pick from this and upload it your own. So I don't like this, let's add from my device, and let's add this for now. Okay, and upload, and if you see, this image get uploaded. Now click on save and publish, make sure to publish this image as well. So select this and click save and publish, and immediately this image get added here. Now you can add another entry, we can call slider 2, add the image, or if you want another image, select the one which you want. For example, let's select this image, click upload, and if you see, save, publish, done. Okay, and now we have the two record for the slider, and your slider is ready now. Okay, now the question is how to get this in the API form. Okay, so here you have option called API playground. Okay, and let's clean everything for now. Okay, and at the bottom, if you see, you can add the query, or if you can add mutation. The mutation is for the CRUD operation. For example, if you want to create, you want to update the record, you want to delete the record, that time you can use the mutation. But just if you want to fetch the record, you can use this query. Okay, now in that case, we want to fetch the sliders. So here you have option called sliders. Okay, and if you see, as soon as I expand this one, this query is get created. Okay, you can rename this, for example, get slider. Okay, now here whatever the field you want, you can select that one. So in this case, I want ID, then I want the name. Okay, and if you see, I added this ID and name. If I run this one, see, I got this slider, list of slider, and it has the ID, and obviously this ID is auto generated. Okay, and the name, which is slider 1 and slider 2. Now we want image. So if you see here, we have option called image. Inside that, we just want the image with the URL. Okay, you can get the image with this different sizes, but just we want URL. And if I run this one now, see, inside the URL we just got this URL of the image. Okay, now obviously if I copy this URL, paste it here, for example, and if you see, we got this image. Okay, now this query we're gonna use inside our application to fetch the slider. Okay, so obviously you want more fields, you can just select and automatically get added here, and then you can just test it out. Okay, and this is how useful this API playground is. Okay, now one more important thing, go to this project setting. Okay, and inside this project setting we have option called API access. Okay, inside the API access you will find this URL. Okay, this URL we gonna use to fetch the data. This is our master URL. Okay, you can call as a kind of REST API URL, and this is the content API you have for the upload on the management API or a high performance content API, but we're gonna use this one. Okay, also right now you can add the permission over here. Okay, for by default it has a read option, but if I go to this add permission, you can add the access. For example, let's add the read access for all stages and click add. Okay, now your API have a read access, and now you can able to read the data from this particular query. Okay, once you fetch it, obviously in the next section we will learn how to fetch that, how to use this query to fetch it in our application with the help of GraphQL. Okay, so this is nothing but a graph query. Okay, so see you in the next section. Now in order to fetch data from this HyGraph API endpoint, right, we need to use GraphQL request. But before that, let's add the new component called slider inside this home screen .jsx. Add the default template, and then add this slider inside the header. Okay, because we want to show it here, oh sorry, not here, inside the home screen. Okay, and here we can call it as a slider, and we just add the slider over here. Okay, so make sure it's importing from the slider and save it. And if you see on the screen, it's showing the slider text, because inside the slider we just have the text slider. Now let's go back to our folders, and here inside the utils I will create a new file and we can call it as a global api.js. okay, inside here we will add the all the API endpoint. Okay, before that we need to add this GraphQL request dependency. Okay, so which will help you to fetch the data, which is very easy. Okay, first thing you need to copy this GraphQL request. Make sure you are also importing this or installing this GraphQL. Okay, so copy this dependency, paste it, means install this one, and then this is the simple example to fetch the data. Okay, but I will just copy here for our reference purpose. Okay, first thing they imported this request and GQL. Okay, and now let's define one master URL. Okay, and this URL obviously we will get it from this project setting, API access, and from this content API. Okay, so copy this and paste it here. Okay, then let's create one method constant get slider and arrow function, and inside that we will put this all this query. Okay, we'll rename this to query, and obviously this is using await, make this async. I will put the result inside this result constant. Obviously this need to be a query, and then we'll return the result. Okay, now inside this query we need to replace with the actual query. Okay, so from the API playground we use this query. Okay, so copy this as it is, because it's getting all the details which we want. Okay, and then paste it here like this. Okay, make sure you are using this GQL and this tag. Okay, and inside that you are pasting this query, and obviously inside the request we have to make the request. Here you have to pass our actual master URL. Okay, and the query, that's it, and return the result. Okay, now obviously we will export this one, so let's just say export default, and inside this we will export this get slider. Okay, so it will be accessible throughout the application. Now let's go to the slider component where we are going to fetch that one. So here define one method called get sliders, and inside this method just use global API dot, and if you see we have property called get slider, and obviously this is the promise, so we have to use then dot and response. So here for now we will just console the response like this. Oops, sorry, response, I will say response. Okay, and save it. Now obviously we need to call this once this component get load, so we'll use effect. Okay, so if you don't know about the use effect, you can watch my all the previous video. In every video I explain this one. Okay, so simply in use effect will this is the React hook. Okay, and this will execute infinite times if you define like this, but if you want to execute only once this component get load, you have to pass this empty array. Okay, or if you want to execute this use effect if on certain condition or some value change in the some state, you can pass that value over here, and if once this value change, this use effect will get executed. Okay, now we have the response, we have the we did the console log. Now just call this get slider over here and save it. Okay, now just observe the console, and if you see in the response we got this result. Okay, inside that we have slider and we got this two objects. Okay, first slider and this second slider. It means we are getting this slider information correctly. Okay, so this is how simply you can use Hygraph API, and you can use it inside our application. Okay, so inside the global API, whatever the data you want, that query you need to pass it here, make that GraphQL request, and then it will return the result. As simple as that, and just you can use it anywhere. Okay, and this is quite fast. Okay, it's not taking a time at all to fetch the data. So this Hygraph is giving a response very fast. Okay, so now right now what we will do, we'll just store this response in one state. We can call it as slider comma set slider is equal to use state. okay, and here we'll set the slider. So set slider, and if you observe, right, our response it is inside the slider. Okay, so we have the data inside that, we have the slider. Okay, so make sure to fetch that response only. So inside the response dot question mark dot slider. Okay, just make sure we are getting correct result. I will just print it out, and if you see, we just get the exact result. Okay, now inside the slider we have all this slider information. Next, we're gonna display this slider with the help of flat list, and I'm gonna tell you how to use that flat list. Okay, so see you in the next section. So now let's display the slider. Okay, as we know, we already have the sliders list. Okay, let me pass empty here, and using the set slider, we are setting the slider information inside this slider state. So first, let's give the heading. So here I will say uh, offers for you, save it, and this is how it looks. Okay, but right now we need to give padding, and whatever the component which we are showing, right, we are giving padding here. If you see here, right, we need a padding at all the end, right? So instead of giving padding in each of this component, we can directly give padding inside the home screen. So just wrap this inside the view and put the slider inside this view, and for this one, let me add the style and just say padding 20. Okay, and see, now let's go back to slider and let's apply some style. So style, and I will apply external styles. Style dot, I will say heading. Let's define the React Native style. Here we can call heading, and make sure to import this style sheet as well. So in heading, just write font size 20, font family, it's the outfit medium, and then margin, we'll give some margin bottom to maybe 10. Okay, perfect. Now in order to display the list of slider, right, we are going to use flat list because we need to display a multiple items. So flat list is one of the component from the React Native and very powerful. So once you define this flat list, make sure to import this flat list. Okay, and which is from the React Native. There are some of the property we need to provide. The first and very important is data. So what data you want to display? So in this case, we want to display slider, so provide the slider. Then render the item. So in order to display the items, right, in that particular item you can render inside this render item. So here you have to define like this: item comma index. So index will hold the value 0 1 2. Okay, now inside this render item, define the view. Oh, sorry. And as we only have the image, right, but if you want to display, you can display the name. And if I save it, okay, right now it's saying the text. Okay, so this string must be in the text. So I will just put this inside this text to just show that whether it's displaying or not. And if you see, we have two slider with the name slider 1 and slider 2. Obviously we don't want this text, we will remove it, and instead of that we will replace it with the image. So here we need to provide source. Obviously we are fetching showing the image from the URL, so you have to provide the URI, and here we have item dot image dot URL. Okay, I will make it optional. If it's not there, it will not throw any error. And if you go in a HyGraph, okay, over here, right, if you see inside the image we have the URL. Okay, that what which we are fetching. And obviously we need to give width and height, so apply some style. So style dot slider image. So obviously we'll define the slider image over here, and let's add width of 270, height of 150. Then we need to add the border radius of 20, and then also I have object fit to content. Okay, and save it. And if you see, this is how it looks. Okay, now right now it's showing a vertical, but we want it horizontally, right? So it's very easy. In the flat list, we just need to provide the property called horizontal, and you have to make it as a true. Okay, as soon as you make this as a true, if I save this one, and if you see, now it's showing horizontally, and you can scroll it. See, now you can give the gap between that two item. Okay, so here for this one I will just add the gap margin right of 20. See, okay. Also, if I scroll this one, right, if you see, this scroll bar is showing here. See, okay, and we don't want that scroll bar. So inside the flat list we have option called uh, show horizontal scroll bar indicator, and here you can make the property as a false. Okay, like this. And if I save this one, and if you see, we don't have that scroll bar anymore. Okay, and this is how beautifully we display the list of slider. Okay, so if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Okay, and obviously if you face any issue, you can access my source code. The source code link is in the description. Now it's time to add this category. Okay, so we have to add this category section. So for that one, I created a new schema, okay, which is called category. And if you see, I just put it added this name and icon. Okay, you can take a screenshot of that one so that you can add it later on. Also, all these schema types and everything, I put the link in the description where you can check it out. Now inside the content for this category, I added this 4 category for now, but later on we can add it. Okay, and the assets folder, obviously these are some icon I added. Now inside the API playground, we will create a new query which is called get category. Okay, and obviously we don't want slider, we want category. And if you see, we have option called categories. Inside this category we will select ID, name, and then icon. Okay, so from the icon we want URL, so I select the URL, and when we click play, these are the record we are getting. Okay, perfect. Now sir, just copy this query because we want to create the API endpoint where we will add this query. Okay, so first go to this global API, and here I will add constant get categories, and obviously this will need to be async, and I will add the constant query is equal to GQL, this particular tag, and inside that we have to add the query which we copied. Okay, similar like this, and I will copy the existing this request and paste it here like this. Okay, now obviously you need to export this one, so I will export this get categories so that we can use it. Okay, perfect. Now our API endpoint is ready. Next, let's go to this home screen folder, and here we'll create a new component called categories.jsx. Add the default template, and once you add this one, make sure to add this inside the home screen. So obviously after this we'll add it, so we'll say categories, sorry, and here we'll add the category tab, oh sorry, category component, and save it. And if you see, the category is showing here. Now let's go to this category and let's start implementing. So first thing, we need to fetch the category list. So just define one method called constant get categories, and here obviously we'll fetch it from global API dot get categories and get the response. So obviously we will console the response first. Okay, and this we need to call in use effect, so that whenever we launched this component, this get category, we will call it here. Okay, and then save it. And if you see, immediately we get this category list. Okay, obviously we need to save store in one state, so we'll say constant categories comma set categories is equal to use state. Okay, so use state will help you to hold all our value, and here we'll say set categories response dot categories. Okay, like this. Now obviously I will remove this console because we don't want anymore, and here I will just define this get category list. Okay, now here we need to iterate this category, but before that let's give the heading. Okay, so what if you remember, right? If you see here, we are added this offer for you. Again we need to add categories, again we need this heading, right? So in order to write this similar code again and again, what we can do, we can create a new component. Okay, and all this common component we will keep inside this app folder. Okay, so we'll create a new folder inside the app folder. We can call it component, and here we can give heading .jsx. Okay, so all the heading we just need to pass. I will tell you how it works. Okay, but right now if you see, we just created this heading, and from this slider, okay, so this particular text we will copy it. Okay, so copy this one, add it, or add it inside this heading tag. We just avoid repetition of the code. Okay, and the style sheet, and make sure to import this style sheet as well. Okay, oh sorry, not here, we imported in wrong category. Okay, now we have the style sheet as well, and we applied this to this particular text. Now whatever the text we will pass it here. Okay, so here you say text. Okay, and we'll say view is view all, is view all. So this will be a like true or false, but in few moments we will explain that. But before that, let's pass this text over here. Okay, so whatever text we pass to this heading component will display it here. Okay, and this view is all by default will keep the value false and save it. Okay, now let's go back to the slider, and over here, okay, instead of this text, okay, we'll remove this text, and I will use heading tag, heading component. Okay, so if you see this heading component, we will add it, and for this component we will pass the text value, and here we'll pass this particular text called offer for you. If I save it, if you see, nothing get changed, because this offer for you is getting passed to this heading component, and this then heading component get rendered, and whatever value we have inside this text will rendering inside this text, between this text tag. Okay, how simple it is, correct? Now similar thing we will do it for these categories. Okay, so go to the category. Obviously we need to show category, but here we'll add the heading tag and pass the text. So here we will say categories and save it, and if you see the magic, right? Obviously we'll give some margin top, maybe 20. Okay, but this is how you get it, right? Now on the right hand side we need to show view all, right? So you can just update this heading tag, and after this text I will add the view all, see, like this. Okay, but we want in one line, so get add some style to this one. We'll add a okay, let's add the external styling, style dot container, and I will add a container here. So first thing I will do it, make it display it as a flex, then make flex direction to be row. Okay, now then let's say item to be in the center, so align item to be in the center, and then justify content space between, so it will be in the right hand side. Okay, now obviously you, if you want to give the text, you can give it. Now another thing, this view text we only want to show if this is view all is true. Okay, so we can write the condition like this: if view is all is true, okay, then only show this view all, otherwise show null. Okay, now one more important thing here. Okay, let me show you. So right now, if you see, we have this ternary operator, right? If this value is correct, then show this text, otherwise show null. Instead of that one, okay, because obviously we don't have anything to show, that's the reason we're showing null. Instead of that, we can just write is view all and, okay, and still we will get the same result. See, okay. Now right now for this category, we want is view all to be true. So go to this category, and here we say if is all to be true and save it, and if you see, we got the result. Okay, obviously you can add the on press event to this one. Okay, let's go here, and you can add the on press event to text view all, but we will add it later on, depends on our requirements, but for now we'll keep as it is. Okay, next, go to this category section. As we know, we have this set of category. Let's use the flat list, okay, for to render these categories. So add the flat list. Inside that, we have to provide the data first, so which is the categories. Then we need to render the item, so item comma index, and inside this we will add one view. Okay, and again inside this I will add one more view. Okay, and inside this we'll add the image. So first is source, just provide the source, the URI, which is the item dot icon dot URL. Okay, provide the style to this one. So style is equal to simply, so I will give inline only, so width 30, height 30. And if I save it, and if you see, we got this list of category. Perfect. Next, we need to apply view to this one. Okay, so let's add style. We'll add styles. Obviously we don't have style sheet, so let's add the style sheet. So we'll say icons, or say icon container. Let's attach this icon container to this view, and over here we'll say, oops, make sure to import the style sheet, and then add background color to be colors dot, I don't know, okay, we need to add one color called light gray. Okay, so inside that, let's add the light gray color. So here I will say light gray, and the color code is HEDEDED. And now go to this category again and just apply that particular color, so light gray. If you see, it's very invisible, but that's fine. Next, we need to add padding of 17, and we add border radius to be 99. Now obviously we want this in one line. Okay, so what you can do, for this flat list you need a 4 column. Okay, only 4 category we want to show in one line, so you can provide a property called number of column, and here you have to provide the 4 and save it. As soon as save it, it will give you the error, and it's saying the changing number of column on the fly is not supported. Okay, so that what you need to do, you need to rerun your project. Okay, so now let's stop the project first and rerun it again. And if you see, I rerun the project, and it's showing right now a 4 column and 4 icon, okay, in one line. Now obviously it's not spread it equally, so for this particular view, let's add the style. We'll add the styles dot, I will say container only. Okay, which is our main container, so I will put it here, and here just say display, oh sorry, not display, but make it flex as a 1. Okay, and if you see, now it's spread it equally. Also, let's say align item to be center. Okay, and if you see, it's alignedly centered item. See, equally, right? So beautifully. Now obviously along with this name we want to give the text. Okay, so after this view let's add a text. So text, say item dot name, which is the name of the category. See, I will just update the font. So style, we add the font family of outfit medium like this, and also we'll give some margin top 5. Perfect. And this is how we can able to display the category. Okay, now obviously here if you add more category it will display it here, but you can limit it. Okay, so I will say index is less than equal to 3, and it means we will only show 4 items. If I make it 2, see it will only show 3 items, and you see how equally they divided, okay, automatically. So right now obviously we're showing 3. It means we want to show 4 items from 0 1 2 3. Okay, now you can do one thing, okay, and you can try it on yourself. On the click of this view all, right, here only you can show more categories. Okay, you can expand this more category. Obviously you need to add the condition here, okay, by default condition, and once you click on view all you can change this value, okay, or something like that condition you can add it. But I hope you understand how we can display the category and everything. Okay, if you have any question let me know in the comment section, or if you face while implementing this particular code, you can access my source code anytime or watch this video again and again, then you will understand much better. Now it's time to add the business list at the bottom. Okay, so if you see this, right, we've completed this category section. Now we need to focus on this business list section. So for that one I created one schema, okay, and which is the business list schema. So in that I gave name, contact person, address, about section, the image. Here image I added the multiple values so user can upload multiple image. Then we have category section. So this category section I connected to the our existing model. Okay, so it's quite simple. And then the email address. So over here inside the content I added couple of some few business list. Okay, now let's create the query for that one. Okay, so I will just add here, we'll say get business list. Okay, so now once give the query name, let's get the business list. So from here we have option called business list. So first thing, let's take some couple of information like id, the name, the email we want, then the contact person, also we want the category. So inside the category we want the category name, then we will fetch address, about section, and what else we need, let's see, get this images as well. So from the images get the url. Okay, why we are taking this upfront? Because when we are showing the business detail, we are not making any more new call. We will use existing data, we'll transfer from our existing page to the other page. Okay, that I will explain you later on, but for now I think we are good with this all the fields. And if I run this one, if you see, we get all this result. Okay, now copy this query, go back to our application, sorry, in VS Code, and here inside our global API file let's add the new method, so new endpoint. So constant get business list, and here we put it. Okay, so let's say constant query is equal to GQL, and inside this tag we'll put it. Okay, now obviously we'll make copy this same request and paste it here, and obviously make this async and export this get business list. So over here we will export it like this and then save it. Now once we done with this, right, now we need to show this business list. So create a new component inside this home screen, because we are adding in home screen only, and we can call it as a business list dot jsx. Okay, add the default template, React Native function, save this one, and inside the home screen add that business list. Okay, so here we'll say business list. add this component, and if you see, the business list component get added and it's showing just simple text. So let's go to this business list. Let's remove this one, and as we know, we can add the header. So let's add the header. For this header, provide the text. So sorry, not this header, so we need a heading actually. So remove this import, we need a heading, and for this heading we have text. So here we will pass popular, or we can just say latest business. Okay, and we want view all, sorry, is view all to be true. See, okay, obviously we'll give some padding from the top, so to give style, we'll give some margin from the top actually, like this. Do a little bit more. Perfect. Now inside this business list we need to fetch the data. Okay, so constant get business list method, and inside that I will get the global API. From the global API we get the business list, or then from the response we will console this response. Obviously we need to call in use effect in order to execute this method. Get business list. Okay, and let's observe the console. So let's save this one, and if you see, we got this all the business list. See, okay. So now let's define one state. Here we can call a business list comma set business list is equal to use state. Okay, now obviously we need to set this value, so set business list response dot, and obviously we are getting from the business lists. Okay, so if you see this response, we are need this business lists. Now we have the business list. Okay, and I will just write here get business list from API. Now obviously we need to use the flat list in order to iterate this all the business list and show it on the UI. So for that one we'll use the flat list. For this flat list, provide the data, so in this case is business list, then the render the item, so item comma index, and inside that we need to add our or we need to write the UI method. Okay, so obviously first let's write the business list name, whether we are getting the name of the business or not. Okay, so if I save this one, and if you see on the right hand side we got the business list. Okay, now instead of writing this component over here, I will create a new component and just which is called business list item, and we'll say small.js. Okay, because we need to create another business list item as well, but that's a little bit different. And add the React Native function, and here we need to pass the item only. Okay, we can call it as a business. Now here we will put business list item small component, and we'll pass the business and pass this item like this. Okay, so it's quite simple. Now save this one. Right now if you see, only this business list item small text is showing because that's what we have inside. Now over here, first thing we need to display the image, so add the image. Inside that we need to add source, the URI, then the business dot images. And now we right now here we need to only show the first image. Okay, so if you see, images has a list of URLs. Okay, and we need to show the first image as our banner image, we can say. So that's the reason I am fetching the first element dot URL. Make this optional. If this URL is not there, it will not throw any error. Then here we need to apply some style, so let's add style. So I will add the React Native style here. Make sure to import the style sheet, and here we'll say image. So for this one, let's attach that style.image, and let's do width of 160, height of 100, and then we can do border radius to be 10 and save it. And if you see, the image is showing on the screen. Now obviously we want this image on one line in horizontal way, right? It could be scrollable like these sliders. So make this horizontal to be true, and we don't want that indicator, scroll indicator, so I will make it false. And if you see how beautiful it's showing, right? Now obviously for this business list item, or maybe over here, we can use style margin right, maybe 10, see, like this. Now go here and let's add some style to this container. So I will say styles dot container, and here I will define this container over here. So here we'll say, sorry, padding of 10. Then we'll add the background color, so colors dot white, like this. Okay. Then add border radius to be 10. See, so it's not visible. If you see, this is how it looks. After that, we need to add the one view, and inside that we will add the text for the business name. So item dot name, so we got error. Okay, so not item, is a business, so we need to add the business only. So business dot name. See, then we need a name of the person, so which is a contact person, and then the category, which is the category dot name. If I save this one, if you see, we have the category, okay, contact person, so this need to be like this. And this category we are getting from this one, see, so category, and inside that we have the name field, and from that we fetch this category name. Now we have all these three text. Let's apply some styles. So I will apply inline styling because it's a very quick. So first I will add the font size of 17, then font family, I will add the outfit medium. Okay, and let's apply some style to this contact person. So styles, I'll add font size of 13 and font family outfit. Perfect. And the last is this one. So for this one, I will add the font size of 10, then I will add font family, which is outfit, then I will add padding of 3, we'll make color to be colors dot primary, like this. See, and also I want to add background color now, and for the background color we also give the background color, which is colors dot primary light. So I added the primary light color, and see, this is how it looks. Okay, now obviously we need to give some border radius, so add border radius maybe 3, and here I want to give align item to be flex start. Okay, so maybe not flex start, but align self, we will say align self. See, and add padding horizontal maybe 7, and this is how beautifully is showing this category. See, and you can even scroll it. See, okay, now obviously this name, okay, for another thing we will add the style to this view. So I will add the container So I will say info container. Obviously we need to attach to this style start. Copy this info container and add it here. So for this one I'm gonna add a padding of 7. Then I will make it display flex, and then give gap of 3. If I save it, this is how beautiful it looks. See, okay. Also I added this gray color to this contact person. See, okay. So this is how you can add this business list. Okay, so it's very simple, right? And obviously now existing whatever the model we have, existing model, we're gonna use it and to expand this application further. Okay, so I hope you understand this one, and see you in the next section. Now after implementing this home screen, now we need to implement the business listing screen. When user click on any of this category, we have to make sure that we will fetch the all the businesses related to that category. Okay, so for example, let's say this is the new screen. Okay, and we can call it as a business list by category. Okay, and now obviously if I click any of this category, it will open this particular business list category. Okay, so let's say uh, we click any of this category, for example cleaning. Okay, now all this business list will display it here like this. Okay, obviously for this one we're gonna show the image on the left hand side, and then we'll show this business name, etc, all these things. Okay, so obviously if I click on any of this category, we have to make sure that we will pass this category name to the server. Okay, to the query which we are going to create from the Hygraph. Okay, and once we pass this category, okay, this particular category, let me then once we pass this category to this query, then Hygraph will return the expected result. Okay, all the business list which is belong to that particular category. Okay, so now first let's go to this our API playground. Okay, and first thing let's clean this. Okay, we need actually get business list only thing here, we need to add this where clause. Okay, because we need to add condition. So our condition is if the whatever the category we pass depends on that, we need to fetch the business. So just search for this category section, and in that category we need to pass the name of the category. See, like this. Okay, now for example let's say cleaning. Okay, we pass this value as a cleaning. See, and if I run this one, see, we got this business lead with the name category, or with the category name is cleaning. Okay, this is the first category. See, the cleaning. Second, we have bunch of more with the cleaning only. Now we have 4 business list which is comes under the cleaning category. Okay, now copy this query, go back to your project, and inside the global API create a new method. So constant get business list by category. Okay, obviously this need to be async arrow function. So I will add constant query is equal to GQL tag, and inside that we will paste that query. Okay, and obviously this request method we will paste it as it is. Now before that, if you remember, right, we are just passing the query and then it was returning the result. But in this case we need to fetch depends on the category which we are passing. Okay, so for this method we'll pass the category. Okay, and this category we have to pass it here. So here we need to add this tag and then plus sign. Okay, and add this category name like this. Okay, okay, so whatever the category we pass, it will replace here, and then it will return the expected result. Okay, now once we done with this query, make sure to export it and close it. Okay, now let me close all of this tab first, and let's go to here inside the file, and on this screen section we create a new screen, okay, which is, we can call it as a business. Now business list by category screen, okay, and inside this we'll create a new file, you can call it business list by category screen.jsx, okay, and add the default template like this. Now the question is how to open or show this screen, right? Obviously on the click of this particular category we need to open this page, okay. So for this one we need to use stack navigation, okay. So let's go to this React navigation document, and if you remember we have this option called navigators, okay. Here we have option called stack, so open that one, and if you see this example, this is how it works. Once you click on any button it will open a new page, okay, and that's what we wanted here. So let's install this stack navigation dependency. So let's go back in our VS Code terminal and paste it here and install it, okay, perfect. Now once it installed, right, if you see this is the example, this is how we can use it, okay. So obviously we need to initialize this stack navigator first. So let's go to this navigation and add navigation here. So in this case we'll say home navigation.jsx, okay. The reason is home navigation, I give the name home navigation because whatever navigation is coming going from home screen to other screen, right, we can call it as home screen. For example, if I am in bookmark and if I click any button from this page and it's going to some other page, then we can create a new file with the booking navigation, okay. So right now we create a home navigation, add the default template, and here let's define this tag, okay. Make sure we need to import this stack, create stack navigator like this, okay. Now let's close this one, and here we need to define stack dot navigator. Inside that we need to define the screens. So stack dot screen. Now our first screen, as this is a home navigation, our first screen need to be a home screen, okay. So let's give the name called home, comma, and then let's add the component. So in this case we'll add the home screen component, okay. So let's add, import this home screen. I will copy this import statement and let's paste it here for the home screen, see, okay. Then we need to add another screen called stack dot screen for our new page, which is business list, okay. I will keep the name simple, add the component. So in this case is business list category screen, okay, and then close the tag and save it, okay. Now we just define this tag navigator, okay, but we need to attach this tag navigator inside our tab navigation, okay, as this is the home navigation, right. If you see this is home navigation, so instead of this inside this tab home tab, right, we'll replace this home screen with the home navigation like this, okay, and save it. Now if I save this one, okay, if you see immediately it doesn't make doesn't do any more changes except this added this header, because inside the home navigation we did not define that we did not tell to the program that don't hide or to hide the header or not, okay. So here add the screen option and you know what to do. So here you just need to say header shown to be false, and if I save this one, see the header is gone, okay. And now obviously if I click one and if I go to this business list, it should jump, okay. But now first let's add the click event for this category, okay. So let's close this one, go to this home screen, and we have category section. Inside this one we have this category. So obviously we want the clickable event, so here I will add touchable opacity. I will replace this view to touchable opacity so that I can able to add odd press event, okay. Now here we need to navigate to this new screen. So in order to navigate to the new screen, first we need to initialize the navigation, okay. So add the navigation is equal to use navigation. Okay, so obviously it's not importing, so this use navigation is importing from the React Native. Okay, so I will add it manually because sometimes if it's not work, better to add it. Use navigation is equal to, sorry, from at React and React Native navigation. Okay, so now we have this navigations ready. Now use this navigation dot push method. Okay, and then you need to define where you want to go. So in this case, let's just say business list. Okay, and let's save this one. Now this name is nothing but the one which we give inside the home navigation. See this one. Okay, so this name you have to provide. Okay, now save this one, and now if I click any of this category, see it is redirecting to this business list by category screen. Okay, now along with this one we also need to send the category which is selected. So here you can pass this property as well, category, and just send item dot name, which is our category name, and save it. Now obviously if I click, for example, repairing, okay, then it navigating to this business list, also it's sending this category. Okay, now let's go to this business list screen. Okay, and let's fetch the category which is pass. Okay, so in order to fetch the category, we will say constant param is equal to use route. Okay, and obviously we need to import this use route, so let's import use route hook is from at React Native. Okay, and once we define it, we can get the parameter from this use route. Okay, let's console this parameter. So what we can do, we can just add it inside the use effect, console.log, we'll say category, and here in order to fetch category we'll say param.category. So it needs to be category. Okay, because inside the category we pass this field name as a category. Okay, that one we are passing here. Now save this one and let's test this console. Okay, so let me go down, and if you see we got this category we call repairing. Okay, for example, if I go back and click on cleaning, see the cleaning category is showing. Okay, perfect. Now we have this category. Okay, and now we obviously navigated to this particular page. Now let's add the arrow and back button here. Okay, so let's start to design it. So first thing, I want to add a back arrow. So what I'm going to do, let's go here, add the back. Okay, let's search good back button. So I will use this one from the IONI icon, paste this import statement, and then copy this component. Okay, and if I save this one, this is how it looks. See, obviously let's give some style. So style will add padding of 20 and padding top maybe 40. Okay, like this, maybe 30 is fine. Now I will increase the size to 30. Okay, now after that one I'm gonna add text. So here I will say you can pass the header, but here I will say just text, and we'll say category name. Obviously category name is nothing but this parameter dot category, so we'll pass it as it is. And if I save this one, if you see we got this category name. Okay, now let's bring this together. So add view, we'll put both this component inside this view. Okay, and let's add some styling to this one. Style, we'll add the font size maybe 25. I will add font family, or maybe outfit medium. See, and let's give some style to this one. We'll say display as a flex, and let's say flex direction to the row, and we'll give gap of maybe 10. Okay, let's make align item to be in the center like this. Okay, now we have this beautiful category name along with this back button. Okay, now what we need to do, once user click on this button, we need to navigate back to the previous screen. Okay, so let's add touchable opacity to this view. Touchable opacity. Okay, and let's add on press event. So on press event, obviously we want to navigate back. Okay, so let's define the navigation first using the use navigation hook. So navigation is equal to use navigation. Okay, so let's add this use navigation hook to this use route. Okay, and then you have to use navigation dot go back method and save it. As simple as that, right? So if I click on this one, if you see, is going back to this previous screen. So simple, right? If I go to the repair, see, it's going back. Okay, perfect. So this is how easily we can add this navigation go back event. Now let's fetch the business list from this category when user click it. Okay, so let's add method for that one. So constant get business by category, and here obviously we call global API dot. If you see, we have this method called get business list by category. Here we need to provide the category. So obviously our category is param dot category dot then, and then we'll get the response. Obviously we'll console the response first, and this response will form business list, and obviously we need to call this inside the use effect. Okay, and make sure once we have parameter, then only it will execute this get business by category. I will remove this console and save it, and if you see, we got the result. See, perfect. And this result is belong to only from that category. Okay, so all the businesses with this name, with the category name cleaning, will fetch it here. Now let's define the state. So we'll call business list to store the business list. So set business list is equal to use state, and here just replace this console to set business list. Okay, here I will define the business list by category. Now we have the business list. Now we need to display or iterate this business list with the help of flat list. So let's define the flat list here, and then we have to provide the data. So in this case is business list. Then render the item. We'll say item comma index, and inside this one, inside this arrow function, we will define it. Okay, now first thing, instead of writing the code here, right, we'll create a new component, and we can call it business list item dot jsx, and add the default template, and then use this business list item over here and save it. Now if you see, right now we are getting 4 business list, and that's the reason it's iterated the business list item 4 times. Now let's pass this each business here. So business is equal to item, like this, and save it. Now go to the business list item, and then get the businesses here. Okay, so whatever the business we passing, we will get it inside this business param. Okay, now let me remove this one, and let's add the image tag here. So image, let's add source URI, and then get the image, the first image. Okay, so 0 dot URL, like this. Okay, now apply some styling. So we'll add style is equal to we'll give width of 100. So what I am going to do, I will add the external styling to look this code clean, and here I will say image we'll add width of 100 and height of 100, and let's attach this style over here, so style dot image. Okay, and if I save this one, now if you see, we got this business. Let's also add the border radius be 15. Now for this view, which is our container, main container, so let us define that style for the container as well. And here the style is equal to styles dot container. Now inside this container, let's add the padding of 10. Then I will add background color of colors dot white. Then we'll add the border radius of 15, and I will also add margin bottom of 15. Okay, and save it. See how beautifully it looking, these cards. Okay, now once we add this one, let's add the information like title of the business, the contact person and all. Okay, so first thing I will add the contact person, so item, sorry, not item, so it's business dot contact person. Let's save it, and if you see, also let's add the business name and the address. Okay, only these three information I'm going to show. Now for this one, we need to, for this container actually, make it display as a flex. Then let's make flex direction to be row and give gap of 10, gap of 10, like this. Okay, now I apply some style to this, each of this text. So first style, we'll say font family outfit, and we'll add the color with colors dot gray. Okay, let's add the font size to be maybe 15. Then font this name, we'll add style font family, I will add the outfit medium, or let's add the font size as well, so 20 is much bigger, let's add 80. Let's say bold, how it looks. Yeah, bold is good, and that's okay, I think. Okay, let's add 19, perfect. And for this one, let's add style, let font family of outfit, and the color, I will add the colors dot gray, and then I will also add the font, and here I will say font size maybe 16. Okay, and that's look good. Now for this container, I will add the styles dot, and we'll say sub container. Okay, and I will make display flex, so display as a flex, and we'll give gap of maybe 7. Okay, maybe 8, and now apply that sub container over here like this. And if you see how cool it is looking, right, everything is looking beautiful. Now along with this address, I will add one icon here. Okay, so let's go here, icon, let's add the location icon, for example. Yes, so I'm getting, I will use this icon, maybe this one is better. So copy this, and then for this address we want to add, right, so like this. Let's import this statement as well here, and if I save it, this is how it looks. Let's change this size to 20, and I will also change this color, colors dot primary color, like this. Okay, let's add the margin left, so let's add style, we'll say margin right maybe 7, maybe 10. I don't know whether it's affecting or not, but that's fine. I think this look good to me. Okay, even though we did not add style, that's fine. okay. And this is how we can able to show the cards, okay, the all related businesses belong to that category is showing, okay. Also, let's just to make sure, I'm going to give a margin top to this flat list. So margin top maybe 15. See, okay. Now if I go back and open another category for the, for example, repeating, inside repeating we only have one um, businesses, that's the reason it's showing one, okay. Now what if I go to the painting, nothing is showing here, okay. So in that case, what we are going to do, let's go to the business list by category, and here we will check if business list dot, we'll say question mark dot length is greater than 0, then only show flat list. Otherwise we will add the text, okay, in the tag here, and we can say no business found text, okay. And if you see, this is how it looks. Obviously, let's give some style to this one. We'll say font family as outfit, outfit medium, font size of 20, and text align to be in the center, and we'll say margin top to 20%. See, like this. Obviously we'll change the color, so colors dot gray, like this, okay. Now if I go to this shifting, nothing is there, see, it's showing no business found. But if I go to this cleaning, okay, okay, wait, so something is not good, so let's go back here, and okay, so th, so length name is incorrect, okay, but let's make sure now everything is working fine. See, okay, perfect. So I hope you understand this complete part. I know it's little bit lengthy, but this is very important to understand how we implement the stack navigation to jump from one page to another or one screen to another. Then we fetch the data from the Hygraph, depends on the category which user selected, and then with the help of flat list we implemented or displayed all the business list, okay. So next, obviously once user click on any of this particular business, we're gonna show the business detail screen, okay, where user can see all the details, and then we'll give option to book the appointment as well, okay. So see in the next section. So in this section we are going to build this business detail page, okay. And once user click on any business list card, it will open this business detail page, okay. And if you observe, we are navigating from the home screen to the business list, and from business list to the business detail page, okay. And everything will be come under this home screen only, because we are navigating from the home screen, okay. So for that one, obviously if I go to this VS code, okay, and let's open this one. Now here we will create a new screen first, okay, and we can call it as a uh, business detail screen, okay. Inside that I will add a new screen called business detail screen dot jsx, add the default template and save it. Now what we need to do, inside this tab navigation, okay, we have this tab navigation, and we have already home navigation here, right? Now go to this home navigation, and here we will add a new screen, okay. And as I say, because we are navigating from the home screen only, okay, so let's add stack dot screen and give the name, we can call it as a business detail, and we'll attach the component which is the business details screen component, okay, business detail screen, okay. So let's import this component. So here we'll say business detail screen, and this need to be from this, oops, sorry, business detail screen slash business details, okay. So it need to be business details actually, and I will make sure it's updated correctly here and save it. Now our new stack screen is ready. Now on the click of this business list, we want to open this business detail page. Okay, so for that one, let's go to this business list, and inside that we have this business list by category, and instead of that we will put in the business list item on press event. Okay, so just change to this to touchable opacity because we want on press event. Okay, like this, and obviously we'll add the on press event, okay, to this one. Now obviously we want to navigate, so we have to define use navigation, and obviously we'll import it. So let's import from the existing import statement. So maybe it is in the business, maybe categories, we'll pick it from the category C. Okay, and once we have this navigation, just write navigation dot push and the name, so in this case business detail. Okay, make sure that navigation name is correct, so business detail. Perfect. Let me put this down. Okay, and if I save this one and if I click on any of this list, if you see, it jump to this business detail screen. Okay, now obviously along with that we are also going to send this business information. Okay, because we are not making another call to fetch the business detail. Okay, because we already have the data. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna add the field called business and pass this business detail, which is this one. Okay, okay, so obviously this need to be inside this circle bracket. Okay, like this, and then save it. Now perfect. Now let's go back once, and if I click on this any of this, now it jump to this business detail screen, and it also send the business information. Okay, now let's jump to this business detail screen. So I'm in business detail screen, and over here let's define the router params is equal to use router, and obviously we need to import it, so let's import from here only, but here we need use route. Okay, and it has a parameter called param, so it need to be a use route, not router. Okay, now let's add the use effect, and to make sure that we are getting the business detail information from the previous screen, so here I will add console.log param.business, and let's add this one and make sure we have param. Now save this one, and if you see, we got this information. Perfect. Now let's start implementing or designing this UI for this business detail screen. Okay, so first thing, add the image. Okay, and inside that one we'll add the source URI, we call business dot images. Obviously we want to show first image dot, and then we need to add the URL. Okay, so let's add optional, then we need to add style width of 100%. Okay, and height I'm gonna add 300 and save it. And if we got error that business does not exist, so we have to make sure one of the we have the okay, so the reason is we have this param.business, so make sure to put in one state, so we can call it as a business comma say business is equal to use state, and over here we'll set the business information, so param.business. Okay, and obviously here we'll write if parameter is available, then only set this value. Okay, we don't need this anymore. Let's save this one, and let's go in any of this cleaning, washing, and still we have error connect undefined value to object. Okay, so still in business we don't have information. So instead of putting setting the business over here, what I'm going to do, let's add it here only. Okay, so param.business. Okay, and save it. Oh, sorry, and if I open this one now, if you see, we got this image. Okay, perfect. Now once we have this image, let's add the icon, the back button icon. Okay, so let me get it from this previous screen, which is our business list screen, and maybe inside business list. Okay, I forgot where it is. Okay, so inside the business list by category, and here we have this back button. Okay, so I will copy this one as it is, and then inside detail screen I will add it. Obviously we need a touchable opacity, so I will add touchable opacity for it, and inside that I will add that back button icon. Okay, obviously we need to import this any icons, copy existing one and paste it here. Okay, and save it. Now if you see this icon is coming here, let me put this above this image, and then I will say style to this one. Okay, and we'll attach the style, but we need a style sheet, so add the style sheet here, make sure to import it, and I will say back button container. Okay, now inside this one we will attach that back button style. So here I will say position to be absolute and attach that one to this here. So styles dot back button container. If I save this one, if you see it's not visible, so give z index to 10 maybe, and if you see it's now visible. Also give some padding to it, so maybe 20. Okay, and that's look good. Also I want to change color this black to white. See, okay, now let's add back button event. So obviously for that one we need a navigation is equal to use navigation, sorry, and on the press of this back button we'll add on press event, and we'll say navigation dot go back and save it. Now if I click on this one, if you see it went back. See, if I open this one, it's going back. Okay, perfect. Now next we need to add the text. Okay, user text. So not a user text, it's a business name actually. So add view, inside that we'll add text, and we can call it as a business dot name. Perfect. Also another text for the contact person, then another text for the address, like this. Okay, also I'm gonna add category after this contact person. So what I'm going to do, I will wrap this inside the one view like this. Okay, and then I will add the category dot name. See, it's showing category. Okay, we'll add the style in moment. So let's add style for this one. So style, here we'll say font family to be outfit bold, then font size to be 20, maybe 25. Okay, perfect. For this container we'll add styles. So styles dot, I will say info container, and let's add the info container over here. So we'll say padding of 20, and that's look good. Also we'll say display flex, so display to be flex, and then we'll do gap of 7. It need to be gap of 7. Okay, now let's add the styling for this contact person. So we'll add style. Here we'll say font family to be outfit medium, then color I will add colors dot primary. Okay, obviously I will change font size maybe 20. That's good actually. Okay, then for this contact person, okay, we'll add style, we'll add text, oh sorry, color to be color dot primary, and I will add background color. Background color is colors dot light primary, like this. Okay, then we'll add padding of 2, maybe 3, let's see how it looks. Fine. Okay, then rounded corner, so border radius 8. 8 is too much. Okay, perfect. And now let me bring this in one line like this. And for this container we'll add style. We'll say sub container. Obviously it need to be a styles dot sub container, and define the sub container over here. So here we'll say display as a flex, then flex direction we'll say row, and then we'll give gap of 1. See, like this. Okay, that's look good. Also for this text, right, I will say change the font size to 17 and save it. 17 is too much, I think we'll get 40. Okay, obviously we need to bring in everything in one line. Let's for this one, let's add the item to be in the center. So align item, oh sorry, align item to be in the center. Oops, center. Okay, perfect. So in between this I will add this star, maybe here like this. See how beautifully it's displaying. Okay, now for this address, right, if you remember in the previous screen we added, oh, sorry, we added this beautiful location icon. Okay, so I will copy the existing one. So from the business list item we have this location. I will copy the one, and in the business detail screen I will paste it here like this. Okay, and save it. Now if I go inside this one, see, okay, obviously we'll change the size and everything. So first let's add style to this address text. So we'll say font size maybe 20. Let's see how it looks. 20 is too much. 17. Yeah, that's much better. Then we'll say font family to be outfit. Then we'll say the color to be colors dot gray, and boom. Okay, obviously we'll change this to maybe 25. Perfect. Okay, now we have the information which is not that much, that the reason it's showing a little empty space, but that's fine, it's completely fine. We are just learning. Okay, you can explore more thing in that one. Okay, so next, once we have this one, we need to add the about section, but before that we need to add a vertical line. So maybe, okay, let's add over here only. I will say horizontal line. Okay, and here we'll add a view. Okay, for this view we'll give style, and the style is very simple. We'll say border, okay, width of 1. Let's save this one, and if you see we got this border. Okay, if I change the color, so colors, we'll say border colors dot light gray. Light gray is quite not visible, so let's just say gray. Okay, and let's change this size to maybe 0.4, and we'll give margin top to 30, maybe 20. Okay, perfect. Obviously we'll give margin bottom 20 as well. Okay, now we need to add the about me section. Now over here we'll add a view. Obviously we have the heading, if you remember, right, the so same thing we apply here. We just add the text and we'll say heading, oh sorry, about me. So we are using existing component over here. Okay, see, the about section is coming up. Here we'll say about me, and then we'll add business dot about, and if you see we got this one. Okay, now obviously we'll add some style to this one. So we'll say font family is outfit. Then we also want to change the color, so color equal to colors dot gray. Okay, and save it. Let's change this font size, make it a little bigger like this. And the last, we are not showing all these columns, so we'll say number of lines, which is maybe 4. See, maybe let's say 5. Okay. And also I'm going to add line height, maybe 25. Let's see how it looks. Maybe say 27, 28. Okay, and that's fill our complete screen. Okay, perfect. Now obviously you can add the read more button over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do after this, I'm going to add read more button. Basically I will give you style to this one. We'll say color is colors dot primary, and we'll say font size, which is similar to the existing font, which is 16. Okay, and we have this, obviously I'm going to add font family to this one. So add font family, and we'll say outfit. Okay, now user click on this button, it will show all the details. Okay, that's very easy, you can implement on your own. Okay, you just need to you can do two things. You can show this text on a condition, or hide this condition, or uh, you can add the conditional styling by removing this number of lines. Okay, so that much easy you have. So let me show you that one. So what we're gonna do, um, let's add the on press event obviously to this first. So I will add touchable opacity X, and here I will add it here, and still on press. Okay, now for this one we need to hold the value. Okay, so we'll say constant is read more, our set is read more is equal to use state. Initially we'll set the value as a false. Okay, and on press of this particular read more, set is read more to be true. Okay, and obviously what we're gonna do, we'll write the condition. If is read more is true, then for example show 10 lines. Okay, maximum we have, I don't know how much line we have, otherwise only show 5 lines. Okay, if I save this one, if I click read more, see it's showing all the lines. Okay, now obviously if I read more, we can have option to be read or read less. You can add the read less value. Okay, so obviously we'll put the condition here as well. So here we will say is read more is true, then just write just type read less. Okay, otherwise show read more text like this. Okay, for example, let's say if I click read less, obviously we want to reduce this one, right? So on this press event, what we want to do, instead of true, we'll say opposite of what is the value of read more. Okay, now if I click read less, see, if I click read more, read less, see how easy it transition. Okay, perfect. And the last, obviously we need to need one section called the business images that we are going to show it here. Okay, and for that one we'll put this horizontal line. So what we are going to do, we'll copy this horizontal line and I will paste it here. So for this business images and photos, right, I will create a new component because this component getting lengthy. Okay, you can divide this component in different section, but let's add a new component. We'll call photos, business photos. We'll say business photos dot jsx. Add the default template, save this one, and obviously we are going to send business, so I will write business param here, and from the detail screen we'll add the business photos component, and here we'll say business, that's a business. Okay, now one more thing I want to tell you here, right? Obviously we have this big kind of chunk of code in one component, right? And you can obviously create a new component for that one from the existing one. Okay, so let me show you that one as well. So for example, if I copy this about me section and let's put inside this business details thing, so business about me.jsx. Okay, add the default template. Obviously here will be a business we are getting, and paste this chunk of code as it is. Okay, so obviously you need to put heading tag here, and obviously touchable opacity as well, and obviously it has a set is read more. Okay, so we need to add that state as well. Let's add that state here. So this one. Okay, so I will cut it from here. I will paste it like this. Use state, save this one, and make sure to add that about me section component here. So business detail about me, and save it. And let's make sure everything's good. So if colors component is missing, so let's import that color component, colors. Okay, now let's go back again. Okay, so can read property of about undefined, so something is missing. Okay, so here we'll say business and perfect. Okay, oh, something is not correct, let me check. Okay, so right now maybe we are not sending the business to this component. Okay, and now see everything is working properly. See, read more, read less, perfect. Now we have these business photos. So go to this business photo section. Here add the heading component for the heading. So we'll say text, we'll say photos. Obviously this need to be text, so photos. See, okay, now here we need to show the photos. Okay, now for that one I will use flat list, and obviously data will be a business dot images, very important. Okay, this data will be a business dot images because we just want to show the business images. Then render item, then it will be item, and then here we'll add the image. Okay, so image will be a source, URI we'll say item dot URL. Okay, let's give width and height, so we'll say width, oh sorry, style width to be 100% and height will be maybe 120 and save it. And if you see now we are able to see the image, but it's not scrolling. See, okay, we have the issue with the scrolling, so it's very easy to fix it. Okay, because by default whatever you see on the screen, that's what you are gonna user can see. Okay, but it's not scrollable. So to make it scrollable, let's go to this business detail screen. Okay, because this is the whole screen is wrapped inside this business detail screen. Change this view to scroll view. Okay, there is one property called scroll view. Okay, once you define it as a scroll view, this whole content can able to scroll it. Okay, now if I save this one and let me close this one, it's just a warning, ignore it. And now if you see, I can able to scroll it. See how beautifully I can able to scroll, right? Perfect. So what we're gonna do next, if you see, we have this photos. Okay, but we want two photos in in one row we want two photos. Okay, so obviously we need to make two columns. So let's go to this business lead photos, and here we'll say number of columns. Obviously you have to say two. Save this one. Obviously it will say that number of column. Once you change the number of column, you have to rerun the your application again. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna stop the server. Let me check. Okay, I stop and sorry, and just rerun it again. Okay, now if you observe, right, I just rerun the project, it's still showing this only two numbers because we give the width 100%. If you give it 50%, see, it's showing like this. Okay, but this image is little different. Okay, so what you can do, you have another option. You can mark it as this image as a flex and save it, and if you see the magic. Okay, now if, on the second row it has only one image, so it will capture all the space. Okay, so it's up to you how you want. Okay, now let's give some styling, so we'll say border radius maybe 15. Okay, like this, and let's add the margin as well, so margin of 5, maybe 7. Okay, perfect. And see, our photo section is ready. Okay, and it's completely scrollable. See, next we need to add the buttons. Okay, so if you see, we have the button called message and the book now. Okay, once you click on message, we'll redirect to this message section, and once you click on book now, we'll open a new model which will open, we will give option to book the um, this particular service. Okay, so now let's add that two button. Now here what we need to do, if you remember, right, we have these two buttons, and these two buttons we need to fix at the bottom, and only this content of the section is scrollable. Okay, so it's quite easy and it's kind of trick. So first thing, let's wrap this scroll view inside the view. Okay, so inside the view we have the scroll view. Okay, so let me grab this one, let me close this, and like this. Okay, now save this one. Now to this scroll view I will add the style, and we'll give height of 95%. See, okay, maybe let's give more, maybe 93. Okay, and if you see this bottom at the, we have white space, but still it's scrollable. See, okay, and now this particular, in this particular space we're gonna show our buttons. Okay, which is below this one. Okay, so I will add a one view. Inside this view I will add touchable opacity because we need a pressable, and inside that I will add text because we are going to add custom button, and here we'll say message. Okay, see, now let's apply some style to this one. So add style, and obviously let's do one thing, we'll add style over here. So we'll say message button, and let's attach this style to this one, styles dot message button. Okay, now we'll say padding of 10, say background color or colors, or for this one I will keep background color white. So background color colors dot white. Then I will add a border, so with border width of 1. Then add border color of colors dot primary. Okay, then I will obviously make a border radius to be 99. Color, okay, we'll get text color later on, and let's add much more padding, maybe 15, like this. Perfect. Okay, and we'll say text align to be in center. Okay, so we cannot give here, we need to give in for this particular button. So we'll add style to this one, and let's add text align center. Font family, we'll add outfit medium. Then color, we'll say colors dot primary, primary, and font size I will make it maybe 18. Perfect, like this. Okay, if you see our border is going down, so maybe you can make this 90. Okay, 91. That's fine. Next we have this one, so let's go down and let's add another button. Only thing, we will change the style and we'll say booking button, and here we'll say booking button. So only change we're gonna do here, everything will be similar, but background color will add primary, and border color will keep as it is. Let's save this one, and we have that one but it's not visible, that's fine. Here we'll change this to white, need to be white. Okay, now for this container we'll say style, we'll say display as a flex, then flex direction will be a row. See, okay, and for that touchable opacity, let's try to add the flex 1, and for this as well flex 1. See, okay, now obviously we need some gap, so what we're gonna do, oops, so this is button. Okay, we'll add a gap of 5, let's see how it looks, but we need margin from the all the side. Let's give the margin, actually first we'll give margin over here. Okay, maybe 5, and then let's give gap of 5. Okay, maybe 8, and let's give margin 8. Okay, and now if you see, we have this dedicated button over here. Okay, and which is fixed continuously, and it's a pressable completely. Okay, we only change this button to book now. See, okay. So this is how easily we implemented this business detail screen. I know it's quite lengthy, but it's very important to capture some of the concept here. Okay, so you learn scroll view here, how to do it, how to navigate it, also how to add this fixed button at the bottom of this particular business detail screen. Okay, so guys, see you in the next section. Now in this section, we are implementing a booking appointment screen. Okay, so right now, if you see right now, we have this book now button. Okay, and on the click of this book now button, we're gonna show the booking appointment screen, but this screen will be a model screen. Okay, so it's a not actual screen. Okay, so it means we are not adding that in our stack navigation, but it's a model. Okay, and obviously you will get to know once we start implementing it. Okay, on that booking appointment screen, we're gonna add this beautiful calendar section. Okay, then user can means obviously user can select the date. Okay, then we will add the time slot. Okay, for a full complete day, so user can select the time slot, he is okay with that. And then if user have some note, they can enter note here. Okay, and after that we have this beautiful confirm and book button. Once this confirm book button is pressed, we're gonna save all our information in our HyGraph, and then we're gonna also send an email to the user as well as to the customer as well. Okay, means sorry, to the business as well. Okay, to making sure that your appointment is booked completely successfully. Okay, now let's go back to our VS code. Okay, and here if you see, we have this book now button. Now below this to view, I will add one component called model. Okay, and if you see, this model is importing from this React. Okay, native. Okay, so let me show you that one. So let me bring this down, and if you see, this model is importing from this React native. Now once we define the model, this model has some property. For example, one of them is animation type. Okay, so here you can give animation type, for example slide. Then you can show the visibility. Okay, for now if I save this one, okay, and if you see, we've got this model open. Okay, now we can say visible, whether it's a visible or not, so you can control it by programmatically. So here I will add one state called show model. Let's define this state here. So let's define constant show model comma set show model is equal to use state. Okay, and initially I will make it false, so it will not visible. See, then let me go down, and whatever you display over here, for example, let's define some text booking. If I save this one, let's make it true for now, this state, so make it true. And if you see, this booking text is showing up. Okay, now we need to show this model, okay, only when user press on this book now button. Okay, let me comment this here. So booking screen model. Okay, and on the press of this event, so let's add on press event, we're gonna add we wanna set the show model to be true. Okay, so let me save this, make this false for now. Let's save this one, and now if I press this book now button, see, the model is showing up. Okay, perfect. Now let's add a new component here. Okay, so we can call it as a booking model.jsx, add the default template, and instead of inside this model, let's add that component booking model. Okay, and save it, and if you see right now, it will show booking model. Now let's design this booking model over here. So very first we need to add that back button. Okay, so we can get it from this maybe business list back category section. We can copy as it is. Okay, so here is thing, right? As you know, we are using this particular component multiple times. Okay, so what you can do, you can create a different component or specific component to use this particular section. Okay, so but for now, let's do one thing. Let's create a new component, because as you know, we are using this multiple time. So inside component folder, I will say page heading, okay, dot jxx react native function, and then cut from this one, add inside the page heading. And obviously you need to add the navigation, make sure to add touchable opacity, import that. You need to add icon icon, text is already there, okay. And what else we need to add? Okay, everything is good. Okay, so we need to add this parameter category, so it will be, for example, uh, title, we can say, okay. And over here we'll pass the title. Obviously we need to add the navigation, so let's add that navigation import. So this navigation import, we will add it here. Oh, sorry, not here, over here. And I think that's good. Okay, ioni icon also we would need to add, so let's add this ioni icon over here and save it. Save this one. And now inside the business list category screen as well, we will add that page heading section, and here we will pass the title, which is param dot category, okay. And if I save it, obviously it's not showing right now, but we will fix it out, okay. Now copy this page heading. Obviously we want it inside our model as well, so inside the business model I will add it here like this, and here I will give name like booking, and save it. And right now it's showing paging heading not imported. Let's import this page heading, and let's go back here. And if you see, we have this back button inside this category list. Good. So we are here, that's good. Let's go to the book now, and if you see, we have this booking section. Obviously we'll give some padding here, so we'll add a padding of 20 like this, okay. Now if I click on this one, obviously nothing is happening, okay, because it's saying the property navigation does not exist. Actually we need to add a back button which will trigger inside our this business detail model. So obviously we need to set show model as a false, okay. So I don't think so this page heading will work for us in this case, so let's add that manually. So I will copy this existing code as it is, and we'll paste it here in business detail screen, oh sorry, inside this business booking model, okay. So add the touchable opacity. Obviously we will not add this navigation back over here, okay. And here we will say booking. So here on the press of that back button, what we gonna do, we gonna trigger our method. We will say hide model, okay. And this hide model will pass back to the parent one, okay. So inside the screen we'll say hide model, and which we can trigger set show model to be false, okay. Now obviously let's save this one as well. And right now in ioni icon we have that error, so let's add the ioni icons import statement from here and save it. Now let's go back again, book now. So ioni icon does not exist, I don't know ioni icons. We added the ioni icon actually, so it's booking. So actually we forgot to add inside this booking model, okay. But now if you see, we have that booking model, booking section, okay. Now if I go back here, see it's closing that particular model. If I click on book now, it's showing again, perfect. Now in order to show the calendar, we're gonna use this calendar picker library, okay. So it's let's I put this link in the description, so you can go ahead and or you can just search Expo calendar picker and it will open this, it will show you this library, okay. First let's copy this command in order to install this library, okay. So open the command terminal, let's add a new terminal and paste this link, okay. And then obviously you need to install moment is very powerful library to format the date, okay. So you can install this moment as well. And in order to add the calendar picker, just you have to use this particular component called calendar picker, Okay, so let me open this one, and inside let me open our booking model. So this is the one. Okay, yeah, and I will add a one view. Okay, so here I will say calendar section, and then we'll add one view with the calendar picker. Okay, and obviously you have to make sure that you will import this calendar picker. So let's import this calendar picker from the import statement like this and save it. Now on the right hand side, if you see which saying moment could not be found, I think we installed the moment. Let me check quickly. So I just restarted my application and then it works. And if you see how beautiful calendar is showing on the screen. Okay, now let's update some of the things. For example, let's add style here, and I'm gonna add style for that particular calendar. So add React Native style here. Make sure to import the style sheet. Let me close this one, and here we'll say calendar container. Okay, and let's attach this calendar container to this particular view, styles.calendar container. So first thing, I will add the background color. So we'll say colors dot primary, oh maybe primer light. Okay, then we'll add padding, maybe padding of 20. Then I will add the border radius, which is maybe 15. Okay, and obviously if you see, it's going out of this particular view. Okay, because here we need to give width to this calendar picker. Okay, so in this case, let's give width of 300, maybe 340. Okay, and that's look pretty much awesome. Okay, then if you see, right, if I select any of this particular date, right, I'm able to select the previous date as well, if you see, right, and also this color of this selection, I want to change that one. So first let's make sure that obviously user can select the date which is today's or maybe afterwards. Okay, so here we have option called minimum date, and here you can just define date dot now. Okay, and if you see now, all these previous days is invisible. Okay, oh sorry, it's not selectable, it's disabled. But if you go to the next month, you can able to select it. Okay, then here we can say the today's background color. We can change the background color of the today's selected date. So for example, here we can say colors dot primary. If I save this one, let's go to the previous one, and if you see, nothing get changed. Okay, because if I go back and come again, then you will see the change. See, okay. Also, I don't know whether we want to make it black or white. Okay, but let's make today's text style, and here inside that I'll go color, and you say colors dot white. Okay, if you see this changed, then we'll say selected day color. Okay, so selected day color will change to colors dot primary. Let's see how it looks. So if I select this one, not really the meaning I want it. Okay, let's update something. Selected day, selected day text color, say text color, and here we'll say color dot white. Let's go back, let's come again, let's try to select it, and if you see, perfect. Okay, now here is the one of the color you can change it. For example, if you want to give black, which for the default color, you can select black, or you can give black color to this one. Let's say black for this one. Let's go back and come again. If I select this one, and this is good. Okay, the selection, if you see, it's a black one. Okay, but I will prefer primary, and for the default one I will prefer black. Okay, and this is the final result. I'm gonna do it. Okay, so if I select this one, you say perfect. Okay, uh, here only we need to add the text, and it will say select date. Okay, so instead of this section, I will add a heading, and here I will pass the title, maybe text, and we'll say select date, like this. Okay, obviously you can give margin from the top. Right now I will give here only, so margin bottom 20. Perfect. Now we need to add the time slot where the user can select the time slot. Okay, for that one we need to write one logic. Okay, because we need the dates like 8, for example 8 o'clock, then we want 8:30, okay, am. This kind of thing we cannot write one by one. Okay, so instead of writing manually, we can write a logic for that one, and this logic will help us to get all the date, all the times. Okay, so it's very easy. For example, let's define a constant, say get time, let arrow function, and inside that I will use for loop. So let's say let I is equal to 8 morning 8 o'clock, I is less than equal to 12. Okay, 12 and I plus plus. Okay, hope this need to be this condition, and inside that let's define one time list empty array, and here what I'm doing to do, I will push the value time list. Okay, dot push, and inside that I will push the time. Okay, and time consists of I, means the for example in this case first iteration is 8 o'clock plus 00 and am. Okay, so this need to be like this, see. Okay, and obviously we want the time slot for 8:30 as well, so I'm gonna add another one for the 8:30. Okay, and again for the 9 10 it will happen until 12 o'clock, and after that I will run another for loop. Okay, which will run from 1 o'clock to maybe 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock. Okay, and this will run, but instead of am we'll make pm, because after 12 it will be a pm, right? So it will be pm like this, and then I think that's okay. So here we need to change from I 1, okay, that's right, 1 o'clock and 7 o'clock. Okay, and then once we have this all the time list, we need to save, but before that let's call this use inside the use effect. So we'll say get time and define one state, call a time list, comma set time list is equal to use state, and just over here we'll set the time list, and then we can just add the time list array, this one. Okay, inside this time list. Perfect, and save it. Now we have the list of time. Okay, now what we're gonna do, we will add another section and we can call it as a time select section. Okay, and here I will add one view. In that view obviously I'm going to use flat list. Okay, so add the flat list, so provide the data for that flat list. So in this case is a time list, then we have to render the item comma index and this arrow function. Then inside this one we'll add touchable opacity, because we want to be that particular time to be selectable. Okay, and inside that we'll add text, and here I will say item dot time. Okay, and let's save this one and let's see whether we get the time. And if you see, we got the time until 6:30, maybe 7, I don't know, it's not scrolling, but that's fine. Okay, but if you see, we got the time, all of these things, everything working fine. Now once we have this time slot, we need to make sure that it will be horizontal, so make it horizontal to be true and save it. Okay, then we'll show horizontal scroll indicator, which is equal to false. Now let's apply some styling to this one. Okay, so inside here I will say selected time, and here I will say unselected time. Okay, so right now I will apply unselected time for all of them. Okay, so apply styles dot unselected time. or maybe you can apply the style to, instead of touchable opacity, you can apply it directly here. Okay, now first thing, let's save everything and let's apply it. So first give padding, maybe padding of 5. Okay, then you can add border width of 1, border color, I will add colors dot primary, and let's see how it looks first. See, then I will add border radius to be 99. Will obviously I'm gonna add the more padding. Okay, so let's say padding maybe 8. Okay, but we'll add padding horizontal to be 15, like this. Okay, be 18 and we'll make this 10. Perfect. Then we'll change the color. So color, oh sorry, color will be colors dot primary, see, like this. And obviously we want to give text and everything, so here go right heading text, and we'll say select time slot, select time slot, like this. And obviously for this one I will give some margin from the top, maybe 20. Okay, now if you see, everything looks beautiful. Obviously we need to give gap and everything, but we will do that. Okay, so for here style we give some margin of 5. Oh, it's not working, because let's say margin right to be 10. Okay, and this is work like margin also work, but that's fine. Okay, and if you see, it's completely scrollable. Okay, but it's, if you see it press, you cannot get to know whether it's selected or not, right? So for that one I will copy the existing all the styling, same styling to the selected time. Only thing, I'm gonna add background color, so we'll say color dot primary. Okay, and we'll say color dot white here. Okay, and obviously we need to write condition, but before that here I need to add on press event, and we'll say select selected time, set selected time. Okay, we'll say set selected time. Obviously we need to define that, and here I will say item dot time. Okay, and let's define that state here, constant selected time comma set selected time is equal to use state. Now once user press on this one, okay, we're gonna set the time using the item dot time, and we set it in the selected time. Now here we need to add the dynamic condition, depends on the our logic, depends on the condition, which style or which class we need to apply here. Okay, so here you can wrap this inside the curly braces, then you need to write condition. So in this case condition is selected time is equal to item dot time. Okay, then you can select the selected time, sorry, not selected time. Okay, selected time as a style, otherwise you can select unselected time as a time. And if you save this one, let's see, unselected does not exist, it's saying selected time. So this is unselected time, right? So okay, obviously we need to apply styles here. So go back, book now, and if I select 8:30, see magic, right? So it means it works. Also, now we completed this selected time slot, the selected date, and this particular date as well. On for that particular date, on we have to set on date change event. Okay, so here I will say similar one. I will select selected date, set selected date, and I will call this set selected date over here. So let me, yeah, selected date like this. Okay, and save it. Now you can give the option for the note, it's up to you, you want to give it or not. Okay, but let's give the option for the note as well. Okay, so here I will say note section. and we'll write a view. Obviously we will add the heading. For that heading we'll add the text and we'll say write note if any. Okay, note or any suggestions, any suggestion note. Okay, and save it. Let's give some style, padding top to 20, and here we will add the text area. Okay, so I don't know whether text area, okay, text area is not there. Oh really? So we don't have a text area in the Expo component, but you can use text input. Okay, and there are some property. For example, let's add placeholder first, and we'll say note. Okay, then let's add a border. So I will add the style, I will attach the style actually, and we'll put it externally. So here I will say note text area. I will attach over here. So styles dot note text area. Now let's say border width of 1, then border radius of 15. Obviously here if I go in text input, here you have option called number of lines, and you can select for example 4 lines. Okay, and you can say multi-line to be true. Okay, now if you see, it's you means when you type it, right, you have option from this middle. Okay, but we want a cursor pointer from the top, right? So you can mark it as text align, maybe text align, and we have option called maybe left, not left. Okay, so it need to be, I think, text align vertical, text align vertical, and we'll say top and see. Okay, also let's give padding of 20, and font size we'll give maybe 16. Then font family will give outfit, so this need to be a number, not a string. And dismiss, I don't know why it's okay. Yeah, okay, then I think that's enough. Okay, so we have everything. Now whenever user type it, right, we have to make sure that we are saving that information. Okay, so here you can add event called on change. Okay, and if I console that on event, you can console it, but right now just save in one state. So define one state for the note. So we'll say constant note comma set note is equal to use state, and just define set note, and here we'll say text. Obviously this need to get text here. Okay, now obviously user enter some information and you are good to go. Now we have note section. Obviously we'll change the border color, we'll put little border colors dot primary light. I don't know why it's not coming, but it will come. Maybe let's go back. Yeah, something is not working, emulator is hang. Yeah, now we are good. Okay, so let's give primary only. Perfect. Now at the last we need to show the button. Okay, so let's go here and let's say confirmation button, and let's add the view, or maybe touchable opacity, because it need to be pressable, and inside that I will add the text and we'll say confirm and book. Okay, and obviously I will say confirm button, so confirm button. Let's attach this confirm button, so we'll attach to this text only, styles dot confirm button. Now first thing, make text align in center, then we'll increase the font okay, we'll add the font family outfit medium, then we'll increase the font size to 17, We'll add the background color of colors dot primary. We'll change the text color to colors dot white, and this is how it looks. Obviously we need to give padding, so give padding of 6, maybe 10. Okay, and then let's give rounded corner, maybe it's called border radius to be 99. Okay, perfect. You can even give elevation. Okay, there is one property called elevation, and if I give the elevation, it will give beautiful effect. Okay, it's not visible to eyes if you see, but it's giving some shadow effect. Okay, so that's very beautiful actually. Next, let's give margin from the top. Okay, so you can give margin that to that touchable opacity, that will be better. So here you can add the margin from the top 10, maybe 15. Okay, and how beautifully it's showing, see, and it's a confirm button, see. Okay, due to the elevation it gives some good effect. Okay, and we are pretty much done with this UI for this booking page. Okay, so beautifully we added this confirmation page, oh sorry, the calendar. Then we have added beautiful slot, the note suggestion section, okay, where user can add the note suggestion, and at the last we have this confirm book button. Now here if you observe one thing, if I enter on this one and its keyboard pad is opening, but I'm not able to see this notepad, even though if I type, right, it is getting type inside the notepad, but I'm not able to see it. Okay, and if you see it's getting typed, then how to solve this issue? So first thing, let's wrap all of this view inside the scroll view. Okay, this is the first step we need to take, so let's wrap it. Okay, and then you can change this view to this keyboard avoiding view, see. Okay, nothing will get changed. Make sure that you added this keyboard avoiding view, save it. So whenever you have a text on your page, on your screen, make sure you will add this keyboard avoiding view along with the scroll view. Okay, now if I click on it here, and if you see, suddenly it move, and you can able to scroll it as well, and automatically it also move the notepad above. Okay, so this is how beautifully you can uh, open the keyboard, and you will not affect on your input field. So next, now what we are going to do, we need to write a mutation query. Mutation in this case to create a record inside our HyGraph. Okay, so that is called a mutation query, and that mutation query we need to call it whenever we click this confirm book button. Okay, so see in the next section. So in the HyGraph, I added this schema called booking. Okay, and in that schema we have username, user email, day, time, the business also. Okay, so this business is connecting to the our existing business list, and the booking status, and this booking status is of type drop down, and for that I added this enumeration called progress status, and it has a book in progress completed section. Okay, now if I go to this content, okay, inside the booking, I just want to show the some of the things. Okay, so here if you see, we attach the booking, and here you can select the booking status, whether it's a book, completed, or in progress. Okay, so these are the things I added. You can take a screenshot of this one so that you can understand much betterly, or you can just create your own as well, depends on your requirements. Now let's go to this API playground, and here let me close all of this. Okay, and now we need to create a mutation. Right now we learn how to create the query and how to use it. Okay, but now we need to create a mutation. So here from the drop down, select the mutation, then click plus sign. Okay, and now if you see on this playground, it's showing the mutation. You can give the name, for example, create booking. Okay, and now if you see this option, we have the create booking option over here. Select that one and select all of this data, because I want to add booking status. Okay, by default you can set as a book, that's fine. Then we need to add the business list. Okay, so in order to connect the business list, we have the connect option, and here you need to connect with the ID. Okay, and we already have the business list ID, so that ID we will use it here. Okay, obviously that is ID we did not created our own, HyGraph created by itself, but this ID we're gonna use while creating the booking, so that we can attach our booking with the business. Then you need to add date, time, user email, and username. Okay, so these are the field which we are going to add. Let me bring this down like this, see. Okay, and it will return us the ID. Okay, so this ID it will return for us. Okay, so if you want to see the example, you can just try to execute from here, and you can add the ID, and then you will get the result. And once this booking is get added, it will return the ID of the created booking. Okay, now this ID is very important because once you create the booking will be in the draft mode. Okay, so if you see here right now, if you see the stage is published, right? But here you have option to change to draft mode. If you see, we have this unpublished option, and it will change to draft mode. But whenever you create a booking for a first time, or whenever you create the booking, it will be in the draft mode, it will not in the published mode. So what you need to do, we have to scroll down, and here we have option called publish booking. Okay, and here you need to provide the ID here like this. Okay, so obviously we have to write two endpoint, one for the create and one for the publish. Okay, so this is very important, just to make sure you will update this. Otherwise, another option you have to call everything in one API call, which is publish many booking. Okay, so once you call this publish many booking, that's all, you are done. You don't need to do anything. Okay, let's try this now. So copy this mutation query, go to your VS Code. Here you need to go to the global API, and here I will create new method endpoint. We can call it as a create booking. So this will be a sync like this. Okay, and we'll say constant mutation query is equal to GQL. Everything will be as it is. Okay, nothing will get changed. See, obviously you need to call this request as we give the name mutation query. So replace this query with the mutation query. Now only thing you need to update here, you need to add all this information. Okay, so there are a couple of ways you can just add all the data together. Okay, or you can send the data one by one. So I will add the together all of this, and then I will just refer it here. Okay, so booking status I will keep as it is, which we want booked. Then we need to add a business ID. So here let's add that one. So we'll say data dot business ID. Then we need to add date. So let's add data dot date. Then data dot time. This will be a user email. So data dot user email, and then last data dot user name. Okay, so once we pass the data, it will be assigned to this particular fields, and then it will make the request and booking will get created. Okay, so let's test this out. So I added this create booking. Now inside the booking model, let me close this one, and we'll just write a new method, and it will say create booking method, and we'll say constant create new booking. It will be a global API dot create booking. Here we need to pass data obviously, and dot then operation response will console the response. Okay, and now here we have the create booking. On this create booking will be executed on the press of this button called confirm and book. Okay, so here I will add on, oh sorry, not here, but to this searchable opacity. So on press and create booking. Okay, so once user click on this create booking, this will execute this method. Obviously we don't have data, so add the constant data is equal to, and here you need to provide some value, for example user name. Okay, so obviously username we will get it from the use user hook. So we'll say user is equal to use user, and this use user is importing from this class Expo, and now we'll get user dot full name, then user email, which we are getting from user dot primary email address dot email address, then time will be from the selected time, date from this selected date, and the note, we forgot note, I think, selected from this note only. I think we have only note option here. Okay, and the last, we need a business ID. So right now we don't have business ID on this particular model. Okay, so we have to make sure that we will pass this business ID over here. Okay, so here I will write business ID, and just you have to make sure from this business detail screen where we are using this model, here we'll pass this business ID. Here we'll write business dot ID. Make sure we have this business, right? Yeah, perfect. Okay, now we have the business ID. This business ID we are going to use over here. Okay, so business ID. Okay, now our data is ready. Our this create API we are calling here. Okay, and what we are going to do, we will just write the toast android dot maybe we'll say, oh, say toast android dot show. Here we will write message booking created successfully. We'll say toast android dot maybe long. Okay, perfect. Now save this one. Obviously user, if user click on this confirm book, right, it still do the booking and it will might throw error. So what we have to do, we have to make sure that you will fill all the details. Okay, so here we will write if time, or sorry, we will say if not time or not date or selected date. You have to write selected date and selected time. If there is a no selected date and selected time, then inside bracket we'll return nothing. Okay, and we'll just show the toast message saying please select date and time. Okay, and save it. Now let's test this out. Let's go back first, let's open it, and if you see right now nothing yet selected. If I try to confirm and book, it's saying the message call please select date and time. See, okay, now set select the date time only. I will select the date and let's try to confirm. It's saying still the error. Now select the time as well, add some note, sample note, and let's close this one and let's save it. Just one more thing I just observed. Okay, so here we use the business ID. Make sure that we use the business ID I with the capital I. Okay, save everything. Also right now we don't have note here, note section, right? So what I did, I removed this note section from here. Okay, we will add it later on, or you can add it later on. That field is not in the HyGraph, but you can add it later on. Okay, now let me clean this and save it. Now if I go back and click on it and say confirm booking, and if you see we got one error. Okay, and if I go here and scroll down little up, so let's say, so here if you see, right, these are the information we added. If you scroll little bit up, so it's saying the mutation failed due to the permission error. Okay, so this the issue is obviously we try to creating a record, but it's avoiding or it's denying because we don't have permission. So to fix this issue, let's go to this HyGraph. Here we have option called project setting, and inside that we have option called API access. Okay, obviously if you remember we are using this content API. If you scroll down, right, as this is the public content API, we have to make sure we will add the permission. So click on that one and then select the permission which you want to add. For example, we want to add create permission. Okay, obviously we want to add update as well in future, and delete if you need, publish as well because we want to publish it. Okay, and click add. Okay, so now all once we add this all the permissions, right, now we can able to create the mutation. Now let's go back to our application again and try to run it. Okay, so we select all this information. Let's click on confirm and button, and if you see we got this toast message saying booking created successfully. Perfect. Now let's go to back to HyGraph and let's make sure in content, and if you see we got this one of the record which is in the draft mode, and all the details are here. Obviously we'll change this date in the specific format. If you see business is attached correctly, the status is by default is book, so it's correctly, username, your email is coming correctly. But if you see, this particular stage is in draft mode. Okay, and also if you see, remember this created by public API, so you will get to know from where it's get created. But how to solve this problem, how to publish it? Okay, so I give this option, right, that you can publish with this publish many booking. Only thing, once you select this publish many booking, okay, let me go here, you have to select that two, and you have to select the published. Okay, and you can write the count, how many count, what you want, everything, and just copy this. Now go back here inside the global API and paste it like this. Okay, and save it. Now as soon as you create the booking, it will also publish it. Okay, now let's go back here, let's book for some other date, some time. Note we are not adding for now, and say confirm book. And if you see booking created successfully, let's go back to HyGraph now, and if you see, everything is published. Okay, and this is the latest created record, 9 a.m, everything's good. See, this is how you can able to book the record or book the appointment with the help of this mutation query. Okay, now couple of quick fixes we are going to do. Okay, for example, once user is confirmed, booking is confirmed, we will shrink the toast message, but also we will close this model. So we'll say set model. Oh, we don't have, okay, so we'll call this hide model only method. Okay, we'll call hide model, so it will hide the model once we create it. And also we need to change this format of the date. Okay, so in this case we'll add the moment library. Okay, dot format. Now this selected date will pass inside this moment. Okay, and then what in the what format do you want? Okay, so for example, you can write dd, the dd, then you can write mmm, and maybe yy. Okay, and then save it. And let's go to the new year, let's say 1 January, I want at 10:30, and let's confirm book. Okay, so right now it's saying moment does not exist. We have to make sure that we import this moment. Let's import it, import moment. So let's make sure to import this moment, and selected this. Okay, let's update this format like this, I think I missed. Okay, and save it. Now let's select the maybe 1st of January, let's select some time, maybe 10 o'clock, and confirm and book, and boom, it's saying booking created successfully. That model also get closed. And if you go back here inside the booking, and if you see, we have a new booking with the proper date now. Okay, so that's how we can use a mutation query, and I hope you understand how to implement it, how to use that mutation query in our application to create a new record. Same thing you can do to update the record, or lot of many different things. Okay, so guys, I hope you understand this complete video, how to book the appointment, how we implemented this complete functionality. Okay, so next, because we pretty much completed this section. Okay, but now next what we need to do, let me go back in our Excel draw, and the next point is to implement another tab called booking. Here we gonna show user booking tab to, and it will show all the bookings whether user booked previously, and after that we have this profile section. So see you in the next section. It's time to implement this booking tab. Okay, so in this booking section, so whatever the booking user did it, right, that particular booking will display on this particular screen. Okay, so in that particular screen, let me draw it here. Okay, let me change this color to black, and once user click on this booking, it will open this booking screen. Okay, and we will call it as a booking. Okay, uh, and in this particular booking, if you remember, whatever kind of booking business item we are showing here, okay, same component we are going to use in this particular booking area, only with some twist. Okay, so see you how let's see how to do it actually. Okay, so let's go back. Let me close all the tabs here first. And if you remember, we have the screen called booking screen. See, okay, we can rename this, but I will keep as it is for now. Okay, and right now we are in booking screen section. Let's add the header. Here we'll call it as a, oh, this need to be a page header. Page, I don't know whether we added the page heading. Okay, yeah, we added the page heading. Let's add that one. So import page heading from, so from the component slash page heading. Okay, and inside that we need to provide the title, I think. Let me check what is this. So yeah, it need to be a title is equal to, and we will pass it like my bookings and save it. Okay, so it's saying the invalid string. I don't know why. So ignore this error and let's add manually, because we don't want that back button. Okay, so what I will going to do, I'm gonna add text, simply text, and here I will say page, oh sorry, my bookings. Let's go to the bookings. Okay, let's give some style to this one. So let's say padding of 20. Let's add style to this my bookings. So here I will say font family, outfit medium. I will add font size of 20. Maybe let's add 26. Okay, perfect. Now we need to fetch the user's booking information. Okay, so let's go to the HyGraph. So I am in the HyGraph inside the API playground. Let's clean everything because we don't want mutation. Now we are playing with the query. Let's rename the query and we can call it as, okay, let's add the query first, and here we can call get user bookings. And if I go here in the booking tab, if you see, we have the bookings. Okay, so whatever the parameter you want, you can fetch it from here. So obviously we want the business list items. Okay, so from the business list item we'll get all of this information. Okay, so let me first get the booking information like time, user email, username. Obviously we don't need it actually, but that's fine. Then we want the status. This is very important. Okay, so booking status. Okay, and date as well. Let's take ID, and here you can say order by. Okay, so order by will updated by this updated with the descending order. Okay, so we'll get updated at descending order. And the last we need the business list. Okay, so from the business list we'll take ID, then image obviously, so we'll check image URL, the name of the business, then we will get what else we want. I don't know whether we take business name or not from here. Okay, oh sorry, this is the image I'm checking. Then address obviously, the contact person, email if possible, and let's go down. What else we have? I think that's enough. Okay, so let's, if I run this one, and if you see, these are all the information we are getting. I think we forgot the about us section, but obviously we are not. Okay, let's add the about us section now as well. Okay, that's will be a good idea. So from this booking we'll say about. Okay, now everything's good. Let's copy this particular query. This is simple query. Okay, you don't need to pass anything except the user email, because you need to pass user email. Depends on the user email, you will get the data. So in order to get that, you have where condition here, and in that where condition you can add the email. So just search for the user email. So it add, maybe it's at the bottom side, say user email. Okay, so whatever the user email you pass, you will get the result. Okay, so for example, if I pass game at gmail.com and run it, you will not get, oh yeah, you will getting error. You are getting because you have one field, but if I pass something else, you will get empty because this user email booking is not there. Okay, so make sure you have that one. Copy this one, go back to a global API. So global API, write a new method, constant get user booking async. Here we'll get user email, and like constant query is equal to GQL the code and this paste the query. So here obviously we will replace user email like this. Oops, sorry. Okay, and then obviously we need to call this request over here just to update this query, and then make sure to export this get user booking. We'll say bookings, that makes sense. So bookings, and save it. Now inside the booking screen, let's get that data. So let's define constant get user bookings is equal to, and here we'll say global API. I don't know why it's not importing me. So utils slash global API, it's like global API dot get get user booking. Here we need to pass user email. Okay, then response. Okay, so here write get the user email from this user hook. Oh, sorry, make sure to import this user hook, and let's console the response for now. Okay, now obviously we need to call this in use effect, and get user booking, and save it. Okay, now if I go back here, let's go to the console, and if you see we got the user booking. Okay, so it has a, I don't know what it, okay, so right now if you see we don't showing the booking actually, it's showing empty. Okay, let's see what's the issue. Okay, so we did not pass the user email actually. So user dot primary email address dot email address, and here you need to make sure whenever the user is available, don't then only execute this get user booking. Okay, now if I save it, and now see the result, now we got these bookings. Perfect. Now save this booking in one state. So we define constant say booking list comma set booking list is equal to use state, and here we'll set booking list response dot, and we need only bookings, so this bookings fill name like this. Okay, now we have this booking information. Let's comment this at get user booking. Next we need to iterate it. Okay, so we'll add the view. Inside that we'll add the flat list, add the data. So here we need to pass the booking list obviously, then inside that we'll render the item. So we'll say item comma index, let's wrap this in a curly braces, and the arrow function. Okay, now here as I told you we gonna use existing component which is we have called booking, I don't know the name booking, let's get that first. So which is inside the business list by category, and inside that we have business list item. Okay, so this business list item we are going to fetch it. Okay, so let's first import this one. So import business list item from business maybe business list category slash business list item, and then use this particular component over here. Okay, now if I go to this component, let me close this one. Now we pass this business information. Okay, so the same thing we need to pass this business information, and if you observe we have the business information inside the business list. Okay, if I maybe let me, for now, let me remove this where clause. Okay, and let me run it, and let me show you. So inside the business list we have this list of businesses. Okay, so obviously it's showing only one, really. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so if you see, we have this business list. This business list information we need to pass to this particular component. Okay, so just copy this name. Here we'll say business is equal to item dot business list. Okay, and and save it. And if you see, now user book for these three services, and now three booking it's showing on the screen. How simple it is. But the question is how to show the status, whether it's a progress, it's a cancelled, it's a completed. Okay, so in order to do that, we need to modify this business list little bit. Okay, but for first, obviously we need to show status, then we have to show send the status. So we'll send status is equal to item dot, and the status is called booking status. See this one. Okay, we'll say booking status. We'll pass the booking status along with the date, because we want the date as well. So date is equal to item dot date. Okay, we'll not pass the time, or we can pass the time as well, that's fine. so so instead of passing this all of these three component, why don't we pass this booking information? We'll say booking is equal to item, as simple as that. Okay, and let's go to the business list item here, and we'll accept the booking as a param over here. Okay, now the interesting thing here, we can add this all the information. Okay, obviously I don't know whether we want to show this or not, but that's fine. Here we're gonna add that text. Okay, so here what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna write the condition if the booking is there. Okay, then only show the booking. For example, let's take and show, I will say show booking, otherwise show null. Okay, and in this case, if booking has a status, not status, but I think it is called, okay, let's say booking.id. That will be simple actually. So if booking id is there, then show booking. Let me save this one, let me go back here, and if you see, it's showing show booking. But if I go to this category, see, it's not showing in this particular business list item, but it will show inside this booking, because we pass this booking information. Okay, so cool. um Obviously we'll remove this what we'll call this address. Actually we don't want that address, so let's go to the business list item. We can hide it, but we'll keep for now. Okay, I don't know. And now you can add that thing. Okay, so I will pause the video and I'm gonna add myself. You can try on your own. If you face any issue, you can access the source code. So now I added some of the code here. Okay, it's quite complicated. If you see, we have this beautiful book, whether it's showing the status, the time, and everything. Obviously I need to change this icon, so let's change this icon immediately. So let's find icon, and we'll say calendar, set it. That should be easy to find, and not really good. Yeah, calendar, and I will select this particular calendar. Okay, so add that import statement here, and then this one. Oh, not here actually. Inside the booking list item over here. Okay, so only thing I need to change this colors dot primary, and everything will be as it is. Obviously we forgot to import statement in this component, and save it. And if you see, that's look good. Obviously we'll give some margin, so let's add the margin, style margin, margin right, maybe 10. I don't know why it's not getting added. Maybe we will define over here, but that's fine, we will add it later on. But now If you see, right, if I go back here, I need to refresh. How to refresh it? Okay, so in order to refresh this flat list, it's very easy. So go to this booking screen and we have the flat list section here. Here you need to add on refresh method. Okay, so on refresh, when user I will show you what to do, but on refresh you have to call this particular method called get user booking. Okay, so call this method, and then you have another property called refreshing. Here you have to say whether it's a refreshing or not. Okay, so I will define one state and which will hold whether it's refreshing or not. So we'll say loading comma set loading is equal to use state. Initially it will be false, but when this method is get called, we'll set loading to true, and once we have the data, we'll say set loading to false. Okay, and then this may refresh. Inside refreshing will pass the loading. Now save everything, and if I pull this down, if you see this button, if I pull this down, it gets refreshed immediately. And this is how I've updated. If there is a cancel, it will show the cancel. If there is a completed, it will show the completed. If there is book, this is showing book. And this three different design I added. Okay, if you think this image is little above, you can update that one. Okay, it's not that much rocket science, but very easy. Okay, everything I implemented, it's very understandable. Okay, and as I told you, you can access my source code, all the source code. In this case, I updated with the comments and everything, so you can access it. Okay, now let's try to book some appointment. So go to the repairing. Let's click book now. Select the date. Let's say select 5th of January. Select time in the morning. Confirm and book. And if you see, booking created successfully. Okay, now go to the booking. But if you see, you don't see the booking. If I refresh it now, you will see this booking. See, latest booking will come up every time. So all the updated booking will come here every time. Okay, so now we are getting this error because we did not add that navigation button, but you can go ahead and add it. Okay, but if you see in the business list item, we have method called just navigate it, but right now we are in the booking screen. Okay, if you remember, we are in booking screen, we don't have navigation in the booking screen. Okay, so remember, you can add that one later on. I will add it. Okay, and you can find it on the source code, but I will, for now I'll keep as it is. Okay, you know how to add it, so just go ahead and add that one. So I hope you understand how we implemented this booking section. Okay, and if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. So here, quick help I want to give it to you. Okay, and a quick information. So first thing, I implemented this, for example, in booking, right? If I click on any of this particular listing, it will navigate to this detail of that business. Okay, quite easy. If I go inside the navigation folder, I added this new navigation called booking navigation. Inside that, obviously I'm going to use tag navigator, and we have this tag screen, which is default one is booking and another is business detail. Okay, and then once you add, it's kind of similar with the home navigation. And then inside the tab navigation, instead of booking screen, here you have to replace with the bookings navigation, similar way we did it before for the home navigation. Okay, and now you can able to navigate it. Another thing, let me go to the home screen. Here this particular businesses is not working right now. See, I'm not able to navigate it to the business detail screen. Okay, so what you need to do, let me go to this business home screen. Okay, so that is in our home screen. So let's go to this home screen first, and inside the home screen we have this business list item small. Okay, so replace this view with the touchable opacity and this one, so that we can add the on press event. And let's add on press event to this one. Okay, obviously we need a navigation here, so we'll use navigation. Okay, so we need to import this navigation, so import use navigation from React. I don't know why it's not showing. Let me copy it from somewhere else. So business list, I don't know where is navigation. Okay, so we can copy it from here. So this particular import statement. Okay, and save it. Now obviously showing error because we did not added the navigation dot. We have to write push, and then we have to call business detail. Okay, and then along with that you have to pass the business information, which is business. Okay, let's save this one. Let's test this out, and if I click on it, see, immediately it jump there. Okay, sounds good, right? So if I click on this one, see, it's opening this one. Okay, so right now we don't have about me section, but if you see this one, and from here as well you can book this slot, and everything will work as expected. Okay, so I hope you understand how to do it. Okay, this is the quick fix, not fix but quick update for you. And next, you can try this profile scheme, because profile scheme will be very easy. Okay, you already have user information. You can add the menu, whatever menu you want. Just go ahead and try it out. Now let's add the profile section. So for the profile section, I added this profile menu, okay, inside the profile screen, and it just consists of ID, name, and the icon. Okay, and for the icon I'm going to use this ioni icons. Okay, so I will just copy this import statement so that we can use it later on. Next, let me open our application. So here, let's define the heading tag. I don't know whether we have heading. Okay, let's add the text, and let's say profile. For this one, let's give some padding. So we'll add padding of 20, and we'll say padding top maybe 30. Then let's give some style to this one. So let's add font size of 20, font family of outfit bold, and we'll increase the font size to 30 maybe. Okay, next we need to add user image. Okay, so we will add it in one view, and if you know that we are using the use user, so I will just use user is equal to use user, and this we'll use image from it. So let's add the source URI and user dot full image URL. And let's add the width. So width maybe a 70. Okay, let's add the style. Actually, style, we'll add width of 70, height of 70. Okay, like this. And obviously we'll increase little bit size, and we'll make the corner to be rounded. Okay, so add the border radius 99. Perfect. Now let's apply some styling to this container. So we'll say display as a flex, then justify content in center. Okay, and we'll also say align item to be in the center, like this. Also we'll give some padding, so padding of 20, and we'll add the background color. So background of colors dot primary. Okay, so we added incorrect import, I think, colors. Okay, so we need to import it. So let's import this colors. So import colors from utils slash colors, and now we can use colors dot primary, and this is how it looks. Okay, but what we can do, we can apply that at the top section. Okay, so instead of adding it here, we can add it here, like this. See, okay, and obviously we need to add another view then. Okay, so we add view like this, and this particular section I will add over here. Maybe let's not add here. Okay, let's keep here only. Now let's add the username. Okay, so text, we'll say user dot full name. Let's apply some style. So let's say font size of 20, font family, we'll say outfit medium, and obviously we'll change color to colors dot white, like this. Okay, so need to be white. We'll increase the font to 26, and let's give some margin from the top, so margin top 8. Also we can show the email ID. Okay, so email and sorry, here we need to get it from primary email address dot email address. Okay, and make this as an optional means field, and only thing we will decrease the size maybe to 80, like this. Perfect. Okay, so our top section is almost ready. Only for the profile we give the background, or sorry, the color will be white, so I will add the color dot white. Okay, now next we need to iterate this profile menu in order to show it here. Okay, so after this view we can add another view. Inside of that one we'll add the flat list. So for that flat list, let's provide the data which is the profile menu. Then render the item comma index, and inside that I will add a view, and we'll add the icon first. Okay, so let's copy this example icon. Okay, only thing we need to change is this particular name. Okay, but if I save this one, if you see we got this 4 icon. Okay, but obviously we are going to change this name to item that icon, and if you see now all the icons are different. Color, I'm gonna change this to colors dot primary. See, okay, obviously this will gonna change to 44, maybe that's good. Next we're gonna add the text as well, so let me put the text over here, and it will be a item dot name. Okay, so let's apply some style to this one. So let's add a font family outfit, then font size of 20, and let's save this one. That is good. Let's change this size to 35. Perfect. Now for this container we'll add display as a flex, and we add flex direction in row, so everything will be in one row. See, like this. Also we'll align the item to be in the center. We'll add the gap of like this. Okay, also we'll give margin bottom to 20. Now everything we want in the center. Okay, so let's try to put this in the center. So we'll say justify content in center, and this is how it looks. Okay, but it's quite weird. Okay, so let's remove this one and let's update apply some different styling. So better you can let's save this one, and just you can give the padding horizontal maybe 50, like this. Okay, and also I want padding top to 100. Oh, padding top is too much. Wait, so we'd want padding 100 to this view actually, like this. Okay, let's give more padding, and margin bottom maybe 4, like this. Okay, and that's look pretty good. See, and our menu is ready. Okay, now you can make this view to touchable opacity, like this, and then save it. Okay, now couple of things you have to do that you can try on your own, but it also including the source code. You can access the source code. Okay, so right now everything, if I click on this one, okay, it is pressable. What you need to do, you need to navigate on the click of home my booking. You want to navigate to the particular screen. Okay, first thing you need to do that one, and then for the contact us you have to add different logic. Okay, so for that one you can go here and just search linking expo. Okay, and from there you can use this linking. Okay, you don't need to install anything, I think, but if you need it, just go ahead, and it's very easy actually. Okay, so use this one. and that's very easy. I'm gonna tell you how to do it, okay, in one of our example. But yeah, you can try on your own, I will say. And this is pretty much of our application. Obviously, you can add more into this particular application, more features or more options, okay. So see you in the next section. So in the last section, I told you that this for contact us or kind of things, you can use the linking, okay, from the Expo. And in this particular video as well, as this is a fixed update or a quick update, so in that one I will tell you how to implement that, okay. So first thing, if you see this example, okay, and this is the example to do it. For example, if you want to send mail or open the mail app or telephone SMS, you can do it quickly. Let me show you. So for example, we have the button called message, okay. So let's add on press event to it. Let's add on press. Here I will say on message button click, okay. And this is method, we will write it here. So let's go here and let's write it constant arrow function, and inside that we have to write linking. And if you see, this linking is importing from the React Native dot, and it has a method called open URL, okay. And here you don't need to write in string mail to, and then here you need to write the email address of the person, okay. So in this case we have the email address of the person, which is the business, okay, dot email, okay. And then after that you can even write the body tag, so question mark, and you can write the subject. So you can give the subject uh, whatever subject you want. For example, a need service, okay, a need you, okay. I am looking for your service. This is the subject tag, and even though you can add the body tag as well, and you can write body, and you can say hi there, and you can write whatever you want, okay. For now I'll keep it like this, and that's all. And if I save this one and let's test this out. So right now I'm in this particular service. Let's click on message. And if I click on message, see, it opened this Gmail, okay, with your account, and it has, okay, the email address of the business email address. Also it added the subject and the body tag immediately. See how simple it is, okay. You don't need to do any configuration for that one. Within a single line you just access the email, okay. So this is how easily you can add it. So guys, that's all for this particular course, okay. I hope you like this application and the particular course. I know there are some more feature you can add it, okay. And just I will, as I say, right, just go ahead, explore a lot of things. The main agenda of this particular course to teach you the basic information, how to use the Expo in order to build this React Native application, and how to design this modern kind of UI as well, okay. And the main thing, if you understand how to build this kind of application, you can build a lot of different application. For example, if you want to build hospital booking application, if you want to build nearby service looking application, or you, even though you can build a lot of different yeah, application, and this application has many use cases. So go ahead, try it out. You can send me the your own application screenshot on my Instagram channel, and I'm happy to help you over there as well. Also, soon I'm going to launch a new, very new session, live session. So stay tuned. If you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe and share this with your friends and family, okay. So guys, we'll see you in the next course.